is opening the program of the Russian Pavilion, because the youth is the future. And when we are talking here about the Arctic Council, about the climate change, about all the different changes that are happening in the world, so we are talking about the youth. And now, in the context of the Arctic and the developments that are happening in the Arctic, it is super important that the youth is included in this whole process. In 2021-2023, Russia is chairing the Arctic Council, the central intergovernmental forum in the Arctic region, which is meant for cooperation with the other Arctic states and with permanent participants, the indigenous peoples of the Arctic. Also, non-Arctic states are participating in the activities of the Arctic Council as observers, so it's a truly inclusive venue for interaction and cooperation in the Arctic. And in order to hear everything better, you can also take headphones if you haven't done so, so that you could hear our guests. And now I would like to start with just a brief introduction of what climate change means for the Arctic. So in the Arctic, the temperatures are rising 2 times or even 3 times faster. The developments that are brought together with these changes are really vast. The permafrost is melting, the ice sheets in the Arctic is melting. So we see that in the Arctic, climate change is a reality which people are facing every day. And that is why it is so important that we hold Arctic events here in at the venue of the conference of climate change, and that we actually talk about the measures that can be done to make these developments aware, to make people aware of these developments. And now I would like to give the floor to the senior Arctic official of the Russian Federation, Nikolai Viktorovich Korchinov, from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Russia.
Dear colleagues, friends, and all the guests of Russian Pavilion who are participating both on site and online, I warmly welcome you today at the Arctic Day in the framework of the UN Climate Change Conference in Glasgow. In 2021-23, the Russian Federation is chairing the Arctic Council, a key format for constructive multilateral cooperation in the High North. Having turned 25 this year, the Arctic Council still falls into the category of youth, and thus the Council's determination to enhance Arctic youth cooperation was enshrined this May in the Reykjavik Ministerial Declaration and Strategic Plan. The program of the Russian chairmanship reflects the vital issues in the Arctic and is focused on sustainable development and a balanced combination of environmental, economic, and social components. We proceed from the understanding that the challenges the region faces now require collective effort of all Arctic Council states and all Arctic inhabitants, including indigenous peoples. We recognize the important role the young people in the development of the North Territories. Future generations will have to take responsibility and a direct part in Arctic construction using the technologies of the near future. We stand for promotion of young cooperation across the borders, which is still giving special attention in the program of the Russian chairmanship of the Arctic Council, and we are planning a number of events to promote the potential of the Arctic youth, including indigenous youth, support their access to education, expand international exchanges programs in a wide range of areas, including environmental studies and research. It is important to engage with today's Arctic youth and create necessary conditions for their professional and social fulfillment. In order to facilitate the dialogue between youth internationally, we appointed a Russian chairmanship youth envoy for international cooperation in the Arctic, Mikhail Uksusov, from Murmansk. The Arctic for us is a region with great potential, a territory of breakthrough ideas, collective efforts, innovative solutions that would benefit all mankind. It's a land of peace and great opportunities, and it should remain as such for the future generations. Having said that, I would like to ask Russian young representatives to take the floor and introduce upcoming youth-related events under the Russian chairmanship of the Arctic Council. Thank you for your attention.
So thank you to Nikolai Korchunov. And I was recently invited to take part in the anniversary meeting of the Arctic Council in Moscow, where all the ambassadors of the Arctic states in Moscow were taking part. We, as the youth representatives, were invited there, and it was a privilege to listen to all the congratulations from the senior Arctic officials, from all the ambassadors of the Arctic states, and from the indigenous peoples of the Arctic, because the Arctic Council is already 25 years old, and it is a very effective venue for this cooperation, especially when it comes to climate change. 6 working groups are working with different issues in the Arctic, and most of them concern environmental protection or the sustainable development in different sectors. So this is super important, and now I would like to give the floor to the permanent participant in the Arctic Council, Gunn-Britt Retter, and she represents the Sami Council. So it is a privilege to have you here. The floor is yours.
Kiitos. Thank you. It was quite an achievement back in those years, 25 years ago, when the Arctic Council was founded and the indigenous peoples' organizations were recognized as permanent participants and got a seat at the table. The Inuit, the indigenous peoples in the Russian Federation's North and Far East organized through RIPON, and the Sami negotiated hard to get this recognition. We were later joined by the Aleut, the Athabascan, and Gwich'ins. And if we hold hands, that is pre or post-pandemic, of course, the indigenous peoples organized through the permanent participants organizations would make a circle stretching around the circumpolar north. We are here to address climate change. As we heard, the Arctic has already seen irreversible transformations due to climate change. As it's happening, the climate change is happening much faster in the Arctic than the global average. So only in my lifetime, the climate has changed a lot. And when we are here talking about 1-degree target, in Arctic, that would mean much more. In that same time frame, the climate might change with 4 or maybe 6, even 8 degrees in Arctic areas. And that is quite serious for indigenous cultures and food systems. The Sami, as other Arctic indigenous peoples, adapt to climate change with actions rooted in their indigenous knowledge and customary practices. Through practices and initiatives as the age-old ways of life and livelihoods of Sami and others are also reflective of our adaptive capacity and our level of resilience in relation to the rapid and ever-increasing impacts of climate change. The Arctic people's adaptation measures to shifting environment lies in flexibility when it comes to land and marine area use and migration routes. This adaptation capacity gets constrained by climate and environmental change, but also in the search for climate solutions such as alternative energy sources for coal, oil and gas. We are also impacted as these alternatives are sought to be placed on our lands without our consent. Our solutions lies, on the contrary, in our knowledge systems. By bringing different knowledge holders to the table, I think the outcome, like we do in Arctic Council, I think the outcome and recommendations will be better for all. The indigenous peoples' representatives and experts bring what for many is considered unique perspectives and knowledge to the table. But for us, it is simply most often common sense. Participation is key and capacity is key. And since it's a youth event, I would also, of course, say youth is key. For Sami Council, it is vital that we, with the seat at the Arctic Council table and the society at large, are able to speak to our issues with our own voice and are able to participate independently in social and political development. And also the permanent participants have appointed youth focal points to the work in the Arctic Council, and they are very active and developing their own projects. And our participation is necessary for us if we are able to be sincere representatives for our people and good partners in the vibrant cooperation that the Arctic Council is. To be able to be these good partners, it's essential for the Arctic Council to remain the preeminent high-level circumpolar forum for effective coordination and cooperation, as it is stated in the newly adopted strategic plan. So, dear audience, for the coming 25 years, we all continue to work towards achieving the vision of the strategic plan, that the Arctic remain a region of peace, stability, and constructive cooperation that is a vibrant, prosperous, sustainable, and secure home for all its inhabitants, including the indigenous peoples, and where our rights and well-being is respected. Thank you, and all the best for your Arctic Day, and thank you for facilitating this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Gunn-Britt. Actually, we are very happy to have here more than one indigenous peoples organization. Also, Raipon is here with us, and also we invited the youth representatives of the indigenous peoples of the north of Russia, who are also focal points during the Russian chairmanship in the Arctic Council. So they will be speaking with us on Zoom. And now I would like to pass the floor to Mikhail Uksusov, youth envoy of Russia in the Arctic Council, and I would like to switch the video, the pre-recorded video, which he sent to us. So please, the video.
The Arctic Council is a leading intergovernmental forum and probably the most efficient actor in facilitating international cooperation in the Arctic by working on its sustainability, peace, and prosperous future. The Russian Federation will be chairing this forum for 2 years, which imposes huge responsibility on the decision makers as well as those directly involved in operating household activities in the Russian circumpolar territories. None of this could be done by one country only, since the Arctic and all the challenges that it encounters are faced by millions of people across the globe. The Russian chairmanship is marked by introducing the Arctic youth dimension in its program. Before this, youth issues were mostly discussed within the context of indigenous peoples' agenda. But this time, both of these clusters, the Arctic youth and the indigenous peoples of the Arctic, enjoy separate roles in the program, thus providing more flexibility and options for developing various initiatives, projects, and activities. Russian chairmanship seeks to promote the potential of Arctic youth, access to education, and facilitation of international youth cooperation across borders in a wide range of areas, such as volunteering, entrepreneurship, creative industries, environmental and urban development. Of course, there are plenty of opportunities to develop indigenous youth agenda and activities within this program, which will later be discussed by the Russian chairmanship indigenous youth envoy, Ekaterina Evai. Why is youth agenda so important for the Arctic? There are at least 2 reasons. Firstly, the Arctic territories are largely characterized by unstable demographic situation when it comes to the outflowing migration of youngsters from the territory. Without youth, and in particular creative youth, the territory will lose a huge part of human capital, which will negatively affect not only the creative economy, but ultimately also resource economy and the environment. Secondly, the Arctic is in need for diversifying its economic activities and for developing the new technologies which would be hardly obtainable without the creativity of young researchers, professionals, and artists. To facilitate this, the Russian chairmanship team has decided to organize a series of events, one of which is a forum of young leaders' eyes, based on the principle of shared leadership and creative thinking. This event will also be presented in the course of this discussion by Darina Merzosova, a head of Project Office of International Youth Cooperation, Russia Arctic Council. On behalf of Russian Arctic Youth, I would like to wish all the participants of this conference productive work, fruitful discussions, and may all our efforts be leading to the responsible governance for sustainable Arctic.
So much to our youth envoy of Russia in the Arctic Council. And now let's move on to the Zoom conference where we have invited guests, and we can start with Ivan Christoforov, who can tell us about climate change in the Russian Arctic and what really is happening. Ivan Christoforov is senior research scientist at Melnikov Permafrost Institute from the Russian Academy of Sciences. And it is actually a unique institute because in the world there is no permafrost institute except for this one. And I would like to pass the floor to Ivan. Ivan, the floor is yours.
Okay. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Do you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, I need to, please allow me to demonstrate the screen or show my presentation.
Can we enable the screen sharing?
No, I can't.
And can we enable the screen sharing?
No?
Oh. I think that the technical assistants can do this.
Okay, now I think, no.
If you go to the participants where you see 30, that number 30, the drop down, you have telemembers. Is that what it says?
Yep. Come to the Teilnehmer. Teilnehmer und dann Ivan Christoforov, ja. Mehr. Mehr.
And then make him a host.
Ja, zum Co-Host ernennen. Vielleicht hat dann.
Co-host, yeah.
Ja.
And now he should be able to
Ivan, do you have now the opportunity to share the screen?
Yes.
Okay, great.
I can.
Thank you for your help. This is the Arctic cooperation we all need. Okay, Ivan, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. First of all, I want to thank the organizing committee for the opportunity to make an important report on the impact of climate in permafrost at this conference. The COVID pandemic closed the border not only for the tourists, but many of international scientific expeditions were cancelled. This also applies to scientific research in the field of climate change and its impact on permafrost. Therefore, I apologize for my speaking part of my English because I have not had practice for more than 2 years. This slide shows a map of permafrost of Northern Hemisphere. The total area of the permafrost is about 30% of the Earth's surface, including Greenland and Antarctica, and 65% of Russian territory, and also almost 100 of the northeast of Russia. And I'm going to talk about the permafrost of northeast of Russia. In the northern regions, ice is a rock-forming minerals, and the uniqueness of soils is emphasized by dynamic changes in their properties depending on temperature, pressure, and other factors. This determines the geodynamic state of the territory and the stability of the engineering structure foundations. Permafrost landscapes with a volume ice content of less than 0.2 occupy the 38% of the territory of Yakutia. Landscape with a relatively icy deposit, the 30%, and icy landscape more than 0.4 is 31%. Therefore, about 60% of territory of Yakutia requires a special attitude to development. About the climate change. This comparison of average global temperature in different periods from the 2 periods, and we know this, but what about the northeast of Russia? The increase the average annual temperature, we can see the average is 2.2 for the northeast of Russia. The reaction of the temperature regime of rock in the layer of annual head rotation, the depth of seasonal thawing of frozen rocks under the influence of climate change has different dynamics depending on geomorphological landscape and microclimatic conditions of the territory. There are small trends towards an increase in the average annual soil temperature at depths of 10 meters, especially they are visible in the tropical tundra in Tixi. The closer to the surface, the higher the change in the average annual permafrost temperature in the western sector of the mountain tundra of the western part of northwestern Russia. Loss of the territory during the melting of the permafrost of shores. You can see the 10 and 11 square kilometers per year, the area of the lost land of the coast on Arctic Ocean seas. And you can see the average coastal erosion rates to the Laptev Sea and East Siberian Sea. And also removal of the sediment coming from the shores, Laptev Sea is more than 60 million tons. And East Siberian Sea, the more than 90 million tons. We will not talk about the organic carbon, but it's very important things. But this my presentation was just for the permafrost conditions. And just several slides with photos of the influence of climate warming on permafrost. You can see the change surface relief, the Batagai, the subsidence. It's very big subsidence in the north, and also the road, and also deformation of engineering structure for the frost heaving of main gas pipeline and deformation of power lines, etc. And also, of course, the buildings. The monitoring of dynamic the thermocast landscape over the past. This slide shows the increase the trends of air temperature in central Yakutia. And the central Yakutia is very more than 500,000 people live in the central Yakutia, and the monitoring of dynamics of thermocast landscape over the past 30 years has shown a strong change in the surface in the presence of underground ice in the soils. Young thermocast lakes have expanded more than 4 times in the 40 years under the influence of climate warming. Average subsidence of soils in thermocast depression over the past 30 years range from 10 to 1 meters. The slide showed how the ice wedges form. When the active layer increases, the underground ice begins the thaw. And we can, as you can see, the big subsidence for the agricultural lands and also the settlements. We know the two big international projects, GNTP and CALM, and also our institute, Melnikov Permafrost Institute, participates in this project. But also, the more than 50 permafrost scientists conducted research on the project analysis of the state of permafrost trends and in its change and socio-economic consequences for the Arctic region. The project contains the theoretical substance of the main parameters of architecture and development of principles for the construction of the system of permafrost state monitoring for the protection and rational use of cryogenic resources of the Arctic and sustainable development of the Russian Arctic. This you can see the damage of resistant and industrial buildings and structure is about 95 billion US dollar on average for the various scenarios, and also the damage to residential building is about the 10 billion US dollar on the average for the all scenarios. And in the conclusion, I just want to say we need to minimize the influence of climate warming on permafrost conditions in the near future. In the near, it is necessary to create permafrost monitoring of the Russian Arctic zone, and to begin with the creation of permafrost monitoring system on the Yakutia territory in this regional analytical center in Yakutsk. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much, Ivan. Ivan Christoforov is a young scientist, so it is also youth cooperation, and we are cooperating with Ivan when it comes to all the scientific data the youth needs to enable our participation in the Arctic Council with expertise. So now I would like to go further in the program also to other invited Zoom guests. And first of all, I would like to pass the floor to Ekaterina Yevai, who is the Russian Chairmanship Indigenous Youth Envoy, who is going to speak about the upcoming international events of indigenous youth during the Russian chairmanship in the Arctic. Ekaterina, the floor is yours.
I would like to welcome all participants of the UN Climate Change Conference and the session about the Russian chairmanship of the Arctic Council. The Arctic Council is one in the platform that has made a huge contribution to the development of partnership between the Arctic countries in non-Arctic states for the benefits of its inhabitants. So one end of the focus of the Russian chairmanship agenda is preservation of linguistic and cultural heritage of indigenous peoples of the Arctic to use cooperation across the borders. All we know that throughout the history of the Arctic Council, the problems of indigenous peoples always have been under special attention. And of course, there are a lot of events that are going to be organized during the period of the Russian chairmanship. And I would like to present you the 7th Forum of Indigenous Youth called Russian North that will take place in Salihard in December from 6 to 9 in 2022 and 23 in the territory of indigenous peoples living. Young people between ages 18 and 35 will take part in the forum, inclusively people who are interested in research, development, and preservation of socio-economic potential, traditional way of life, and cultural values of indigenous peoples. The idea of the forum belongs to the Russian Association of Indigenous Peoples of the North, RIPON, the permanent participant of the Arctic Council. And the first youth forum took place in December 2015 in Moscow. The event was attended by almost 150 representatives of indigenous youth, as well as youth leaders from all over Russia. The purpose of the forum is to create an interethnic communication platform for interaction between the youth of the Russian Federation and the involvement of active young people in solving problems that meet the modern needs of the states and society. This year, participants will have to unite in teams to work on several tracks. First of all, it's Arctic hospitality, development of ethno-tourism places in the area of indigenous peoples living, business of indigenous youth, preservation of development, and popularization of cultural heritage of indigenous minorities. So on my own, I want to add that I'm full of hope that the Russian chairmanship of the Arctic Council will bring the prosperity, development, and new impulse for international cooperation for the sake of preservation of our original home, Arctic, and increase as well for our future generation. Thank you for this opportunity to present the upcoming events in my hometown. And I would like to add that the use of the Arctic is not only the future, but also the present. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Ekaterina. And actually, during the Russian chairmanship, the events in the among the Russian youth are coordinated by a body, by the Federal Youth Agency, Rosmolodezh, and and this body is called the Project Office Russia Arctic Council. And now I would like to pass the floor to Darina Mirzosova, who represents this project office and also coordinates the Arctic Young Leaders event, ICE Forum. Darina, the floor is yours.
Thank you, dear colleagues. I hope you hear me well. So let me say a couple of words about the International Forum of Young Leaders of the Arctic Council. So Forum ICE, that means Inspiration Communication Efforts, will be held on December from 6 to 9 in Siberia, in Salikar town, Yamal-Nenets Autonomous Region. The acceptance of application for the forum ended just 2 days ago. We received more than 500 applications from potential participants and speakers from 48 countries of the world, including all countries belonging to the Arctic Council, and from 54 regions of the Russian Federation. The participants of our forum are entrepreneurs, creators, volunteers, activists, ethno and travel bloggers who will meet in Salikar to discuss environmental issues, urbanism, volunteering, development, and so on. The goal of ICE Forum is to establish cooperation between young people from the Arctic Council countries. So we hope that the forum will serve as a platform for sharing experiences and launching joint projects for the general development of the Arctic, and of course, including the projects of the climate agenda. The forum will feature several tracks, such as business acceleration, volunteering, development of the creative industries, and development of youth media to reach our goal. Creative laboratories, expert reviews of ideas, lectures, master classes by famous Russian and foreign speakers and bloggers await the participants. American scientist Sam Patolokino, extreme traveler Sergei Simon, volunteer and DEDX speaker Konstantin Sedov, Finnish urbanist Jaakko Blomberg, and many others are among the speakers. At the end of the forum, the most interesting concepts and ideas will be included in the kind of roadmap as projects recommended for development within the framework of further international youth cooperation in the Arctic. Forum is included in the plan of main events of Russia's chairmanship of the Arctic Council for the next 2 years, and the forum organizers is the Federal Agency for Youth Affairs, the government of the Yamal-Nenets Autonomous Region, and the project office of Youth Cooperation, Russia Arctic Council. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Darina. And now I would like to pass the floor to Ekaterina Sofronieva, who is the Arctic Council's Arena cohort's representative and the coordinator of the Northern Youth Forum, one of the main venues for youth cooperation in the Arctic now. And Ekaterina, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Good morning, dear participants. I would like to share my screen, if it's possible.
Vielleicht können wir dasselbe machen, auch nochmal Co-Host. Ja, genau, Ekaterina Sofronieva, das ist weiter oben. Ja. Ja, genau. Ekaterina, I think now you can share the screen.
Okay. So I hope that you can see my presentation. So I'm honored to present the Northern Youth Forum today. The Northern Youth Forum is a youth advisory organization at the Northern Forum with a goal to promote international youth cooperation in solving the problems facing the North and the Arctic. The main areas of the Northern Youth Forum: human capital, volunteering and internship programs, cultural cooperation, ecology and environmental protection, and the special focus on economy, technologies, and entrepreneurship in the North and the Arctic. In 2020, we had the first Northern Youth Forum with over 300 participants. The event was the start of the Northern Youth Forum. On November last year, the Model Northern Forum was held in partnership with the GIMO Arctic Club and with more than 250 young professionals, students, and researchers from 11 countries. In December last year, the Northern Youth Forum was presented at the meeting of the Committee of Regional Coordinators. And in April this year, we have got an official approval of the Board of Governors of the Northern Forum. The Northern Forum and the Northern Youth Forum actively participate in co-organization with partners of the events during the Russia's chairmanship of the Arctic Council. And there are several different events are planned in the coming years. And this year, during the Northern Sustainable Development Forum, under the theme Climate Change and Permafrost Preservation, we had the second Northern Youth Forum with more than 14 events on ecology, eco-volunteering, and environmental protection. The Youth Startup Forum was organized in partnership with the Yakutia Innovation Development Fund and the Go Global World. And it consisted of discussion sessions, masterclasses, and the impact startup pitch, where really interesting the impact startups were presented on plastics recycling technologies, medical technologies, and digitalization of native languages. So as a result, the Arctic Startup Expedition will be organized as a next step. And I would like to say that as Arctic inhabitants, we feel the effects of the climate change earlier than the rest of the world. And we think that combination of sustainable technologies could help to monitor the climate change. And we need to take also into account the conditions of the North. The need for a stable economy, involvement of young people and indigenous youth into the economic activities. So we hope that the platform of the Northern Youth Forum will be the beginning of a large-scale initiative to promote these sustainable development goals. So we are open for partnerships, and more information can be found on the websites and the Facebook group. Thank you.
Much, Ekaterina. So the initiatives organized by the Arctic Youth are really various, and we see that these are venues for the youth to come together, to cooperate, to share their opinions, which is extremely important when we are all facing same challenges or similar climate change issues. So now I would like to pass the floor to the Moscow State Institute of International Relations representative, who is the leading analyst at the at MGIMO University and founder of MGIMO Arctic Club, Valeria Rozakova. Valeria, the floor is yours. Valeria, we can't hear you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for this wonderful opportunity. I would like to draw your attention today to the issue of S dimension of ESG, the sustainable financing. And basically my statement for today is that the existing taxonomies that are in place today in the world are not sufficient for the Arctic region. And this also has to do with the youth involvement in the Arctic issues. To prove that, let me give you just 3 examples. There could be, of course, much more, but here are 3, I think, very bright ones. The first one is that if you, for example, compare the taxonomies of UN PRI, UN Financial Initiative, UN Global Compact, OECD, the World Bank, CFA, GRI, and CIRIS, I did that, and I saw that among the social factors, they all mentioned the local communities, but the indigenous peoples are mentioned only in the taxonomy of the UN Financial Initiative. Of course, with 1 million people and 40 different ethnic groups living in the Arctic region, this is not sufficient. The second example I would like to give is the issue of infrastructure and the importance of this infrastructure for the quality of life of the people in the Arctic. Only in the CIRIS taxonomy, there is such a factor, social factor, as accessibility of the environment. But if we look closer at the commentary, at this factor, you would see that this means and meant by CERES as accessibility of the environment for people with lower mobility, which is of course very important, but this doesn't cover this very specific and acute problem for the Arctic, where transport connectivity can endanger the accessibility to food, to medicine, and other really crucial things. Finally, let me draw your attention to the issue of youth engagement, as well as education and the general development of human capital. That factor is meant only in 2 taxonomies of those which I compared, and namely in the taxonomy by UN PRI and the World Bank. This is, of course, not enough. And more than that, the issue of, say, education, which has a lot to do with youth, is very specific in the Arctic, where some ethnic groups are nomadic. And of course, being a nomadic, a member of the nomadic community, a child has to be involved in a very specific type of educational process. Therefore, just to sum up, I think that when we are in place where the existing taxonomies do not cover Arctic-specific things, we endanger the effectiveness of both the investors and the corporations active in the Arctic. And I would like to draw your attention to the activeness of the Sustainability Development Work Group, which under the Russian chairmanship is already performing different initiatives and promoting different instruments of sustainable financing in the Arctic. I really hope that this also will give a floor for a specific, more Arctic-specific ESG factors taxonomy. And I hope that the youth involvement and the presence of specific factors about the education would also be a part of this new Arctic-specific taxonomy. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Valeria. So now I would like to give the floor to one of the co-organizers of this session, and it is the MGIMO University's Center for Sustainable Development and ESG Transformation, which is supporting us. And Varvara Abaturova is representing this institution, and she is going to talk about climate change and youth cooperation in this context.
Good morning, colleagues. On behalf of Center for Sustainable Development and ESG Transformation, MGIMO University, with great honor, I would like to greet all participants sharing their views on interdependent topics, the Arctic region and the climate change. Sustainable development shapes the pipeline of human well-being and as a holistic approach penetrating all spheres. In fact, the looming challenge of climate change undermines the balance between the components of sustainability, environmental, economic, and social ones. From this perspective, it's worth considering the necessity of building the reciprocal cooperation between government, academia, oil, gas, mining enterprises, and insurance companies concerning the Arctic sustainable development. This partnership contributes to clarifying the question of providing for calculating climate risks intertwined with ESG agenda and to identifying the climate liability in the Arctic region. The corresponding message we can trace in the Reykjavik Declaration 2021, signed on the occasion of the 12th ministerial meeting of the Arctic Council, where parties reaffirmed the importance of further developing sustainable economic growth in this region. Why it's so essential? According to the special report of IPCC, the ocean and cryosphere in changing climate, over the last 2 decades, Arctic surface air temperature has increased more than double the global average, and it's mostly ascribed to the anthropogenic increases in greenhouse gases. To this end, such observed changes in the ground thermal regime threaten the structural stability and functional capacities of infrastructure, as Ivan Christoforov mentioned previously too. The fact that the Arctic produces about 10% of the world's oil and about 25% of its natural gas makes the raised issue more acute. Therefore, insurance companies with qualified climate departments step by step become players with a crucial role in identifying climate risks as a part of ESG screening process, take them into consideration, rightly calculate them, and encourage companies to bear them in mind while implementing projects in such a fragile region as Arctic. In addition to it, the Insurance Institute of Canada states that over the next 10 years, the insurance industry must consistently demonstrate its capacity to manage physical liability and transitional risks. It comprises financial and operational capacities to respond to thawing permafrost and management of investment. That is why I'm inclined to believe that the Arctic Council, namely the Working Group Arctic Monitoring and Assessment Program, should promote elaboration of well-crafted and effectively communicated indicators of polar ecological and human systems to shape the solid database and help companies and governments to make informed decisions concerning climate risks. Unveiling the conundrum of risks of companies operating in the Arctic region, the issue of climate liability and responsibility for not undertaking ambitious measures and achieving set goals under Paris Agreement 2015 are relevant for both corporations and governments. To back up this statement, I would like to draw your attention to the ambiguity of court judgment in legal cases when the court obliged corporations to set the strategic goal to reduce the volume of greenhouse gases by a certain percent, or when blames government for not adhering to national carbon budgets and not undertaking ambitious actions. Hence, the compliance mechanism in Article 15 of Paris Agreement should be strengthened and unveiled in detail by corresponding resolutions of Conference of the Parties. Representatives from Arctic Council should be engaged in this process to ensure that the peculiarities of the Arctic area and operational activities here are taken into consideration. Thank you for listening and for allowing to participate in your event. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Baturova. This event is ours just like yours. And actually, MGIMO University is participating in drafting the Russian proposals to the Arctic Council. So they are really engaged in this process. And probably soon we will see proposals that are done with their cooperation. And now I would pass the floor to our last speaker, Nikita Lipunov, who is the founder and president of the Arctic Youth Leaders Council, also representing MGIMO University.
Good morning, everyone. Thanks, Arseny. Können Sie bitte noch einmal Screensharing erlauben?
Nikita Lipunov. Nikita Lipunov. Yeah.
Dankeschön. Good morning, everyone. It is my privilege to participate in the panel today. Climate change, as well as other challenges, pose a tremendous threat to the Arctic and urge us to put all disagreements aside and forge a joint approach to the region's development. We are the last generation that can make a real change, and we have decided to act here and now. I'm delighted to present another Russian initiative. The Arctic Youth Leaders Council is an international network of young experts, researchers, diplomats, politicians, entrepreneurs, and activists from Arctic and non-Arctic states under the auspices of MGIMO University Institute for International Studies. Our mission is to promote open dialogue between future leaders and policymakers all across the Arctic to find common solutions, to exchange best practices, and to formulate an agenda for the region's future. Our vision is that expert dialogue is essential for solving most of the region's problems and for fostering youth cooperation in the Arctic. We're not shy to discuss the most pressing issues the Arctic is facing nowadays. The Arctic Youth Leaders Council is the first step towards sustainable development of the Arctic. The AYLC is a community of young people caring about the Arctic's future. Our ambition is to take the lead in young expert cooperation in the Arctic and to establish an international network of think tanks to implement joint research projects, to exchange empirical data and make a real contribution to policymaking. We already have a strategic plan and a set of ideas for our very first events, so follow us on social media. Our motto is leading the Arctic into a sustainable future together, and we are strongly convinced that it is possible to solve most of the problems the Arctic is currently facing by bringing together bright and ambitious young people from Arctic and non-Arctic countries. Russian chairmanship of the Arctic Council is a unique opportunity to make it happen. So welcome on board.
Thank you so much, Nikita. This is actually extremely important that MGIMO University is represented at this level because actually the diplomats of the Russian Federation mostly finish this university. I studied there, many of my colleagues studied there, so this is extremely important to bring this expertise to the youth cooperation in the Arctic. And now, as we are finishing, I would like to introduce myself because I haven't done so. Sorry. My name is Arseniy Kirgizov-Barsky, and I represent MGIMO University too, and also I'm assistant chairman of BRICS Youth Energy Agency and the first secretary of MGIMO Arctic Club. So we are responsible for the youth program of the Russian Pavilion on November the 5th, so you're all very welcome. And as for the Arctic, we are cooperating with the EU Arctic Thematic Network with the Russian chairmanship in the Arctic Council when we organize the Model Arctic Council in 2022. This is the event by EU Arctic Thematic Network, which is held once in 2 years during the presidency of one of the countries of the Arctic Council. So I personally have participated in a Model Arctic Council in Finland in 2018, in Iceland in 2020, and it was a very good experience because we all, the Arctic youth from all the countries, Denmark, Russia, Sweden, Norway, the US, Canada, and all the indigenous peoples can share our experiences and can actually experience ourselves how the Arctic Council and Arctic cooperation is actually working. So in 2022, in March, we are organizing this event in Arkhangelsk in parallel with the senior Arctic officials plenary meeting in the Northern Arctic Federal University. And until November the 5th, the applications are open. So I hope this event will be held offline on the venue, but we of course now know that the pandemic is not over yet. But still, the Russian chairmanship is doing everything to enable this event to be held offline, to bring the youth of all Arctic states together in Arkhangelsk. And I personally hope that this event, which is organized with our help, with my own efforts too, will be held successfully and will really will be a real gathering of the Arctic youth. So this is it. And I would like to thank you all for being here, for listening. And I would like to thank our speakers who were here with us in Glasgow, in Great Britain. Thank you so much. And thank you once again. Once again, we have the youth program on the 5th of November, and today we have other Arctic events organized by Skolkovo Institute and by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Russia. So very welcome, and thank you once again.
Dear colleagues, friends, and all the guests of Russian
Yes, I can hear you. Hello. Ah, you cannot hear. Can you hear me?
Yeah, that's.
Wait. 2 seconds. 2 seconds. I'll. Okay, you can hear me now? Okay.
Perfect. Yes. Yes.
Do you have a... I can hear myself as well. I will just mute. So you can hear me and... I'll just... And then I hope that you can see the slides.
Yeah, that's okay. Do you need any help?
Okay.
Yeah, that's okay. Have you?
There's a lot of music in the background, so I can barely hear you.
Yeah, we'll turn it off because yeah, we'll turn it off. Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you very discreet in the background, but it works, right? With the sharing.
Yeah.
And,
The share screen, yeah, works perfectly.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
We have Alexander as well. Have you received my email about Nikolai Korchinov?
By the way, you know that we are online. Everyone can hear what we are speaking about now.
Yeah, but
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Those here at the United Nations Climate Change Conference here in Glasgow, and those who watch us online. And welcome to the Arctic 2050, the panel discussion on the future of the Arctic. My name is Alexei Kalinin. I am the head of the Institute for Emerging Market Studies at Skolkovo School of Management, and I will be facilitating the discussion today. So, the Arctic is beautiful, and as every beauty is fragile, the climate change affects it the most. And we can see that, it's evident and it's obvious when we see the Arctic ice melting. We can tell that the global temperatures are rising, and it's evident and it's obvious. But today, we would like to take you beyond the obvious. The climate change is obvious, unlike its consequences. The damage it makes is obvious, unlike the opportunities it brings. Today, we would like to talk strategically about the opportunities for the Arctic in 2050. The Arctic is the home to 10 million people, mostly urbanized, but also with an important share of the indigenous peoples. What their livelihoods will depend upon in 2050. Today, the Arctic economy is significantly skewed towards oil and gas. But how will it look like in 30 years' time with energy transition in the agenda and the climate change awareness growing? How the Arctic can become a global food supplier? What can we learn from the indigenous people's sustainable coexistence with the Arctic Ocean? What needs to be done to save the ocean and at the same time use its full economic potential? These and many very similar questions are in focus today. And with this, I would like to introduce our panelists and give a start to the discussion. Okay, so today we have Alexandra Middleton, Assistant Professor of Oulu Business School at the University of Oulu. Hello, Alexandra, good to see you. We have Frode Nielsen, who is Professor in Marketing and Doctor of Economy in Nord University Business School. We also have Mats Frederiksen, who is a Director at Arctic Economic Council. Welcome, welcome all of you. And we are also expecting Gun-Britt Retter, Head of Arctic and Environmental Unit at Sami Council, who will join us later. And perhaps there will be a couple more panelists who are somewhere here on other sessions, and they will probably join us during the session. And we are looking forward to welcoming them here as well. So with this, I would like to give the floor to Alexandra Middleton. So Alexandra, please, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon on my behalf to everyone. When we talk about the Arctic, we usually assume time horizon of 15, 20 years. But when we try to anticipate how the Arctic is going to look in 2050, it suddenly becomes a much more challenging exercise. Nord University, in collaboration with Skolkovo Moscow School of Management, with the support from the EEI, released a report in winter 2021, presenting 4 scenarios of Arctic development. Researchers considered 2 critical uncertainties. One is quality of institutional environment, and another is the pace of technology and innovation for the Arctic needs. Scenarios considered 3 pillars of sustainability: social, environmental, and economic ones. For instance, in one scenario called romanticism, the Arctic is only considered to be like a picture for National Geographic, where only environmental dimension is developed, whereas social and economic ones are underdeveloped. And the Arctic becomes depopulated. In the Renaissance scenario, we have all three pillars of sustainability emphasized, where economy, people, and environment all thrive in well-functioning institutional sustainable standards of doing business in the Arctic, with the use of the best available technology and innovation. I encourage you to read more about the scenario work on website arctic2050.info. Yes, when we talk about certainties of the Arctic development, we know for sure about climate change urgency, because we see it already now. Arctic is the fastest changing environment. We have warming Arctic, we have permafrost thaw, ice and snow is disappearing. There's also changes in the ocean and the ice sea environment that generate major unknowns and uncertainties in the Arctic. They will affect food systems, food security, oceans, natural diversity, and local communities. In the next research, we are focusing on the Arctic Ocean economy. Because the Arctic is to the large extent the ocean, the UN declared the 20s a decade for ocean science for sustainable development, and it would be held from 21 to 2030. The decade will provide a common framework to ensure that the ocean science can fully support countries to achieve their Agenda 2030 or Sustainable Development Goals. When we already know that ocean contributes to $25 trillion and also absorb 30% of CO2. The ocean economy, as we understand it, is a multitude of activities. It's fisheries and fish processing, use of marine living resources for the production of pharmaceutical products, fertilizers, and chemical additives. There's also maritime transportation, logistics, shipbuilding, global trade, and offshore energy, and not to forget about tourism. Arctic Council has already worked on this issue and has released a report called Blue Economy. And there, the blue bioeconomy is considered very important to the Arctic communities because it provides food and other valuable bioresources. It generates value, employment, and supports rural regions. The blue ecosystem in the Arctic is undergoing unprecedented changes, and they all result from the climate change. The oceans are becoming warmer, and we don't know how this will affect the food production from the oceans. I can also mention that Arctic Economic Council has worked on this issue, and they have a Blue Economy Working Group that aims to facilitate a pan-Arctic alliance of ocean clusters that will bring together knowledge and expertise, and also cluster funding instruments throughout the regions that there will be product development and economic growth in that sector. And now I'd like to share some examples that already exist from the ocean economy, from blue economy. In Norway, we have very large scale offshore wind farm that completely functions without any government subsidy. In Finland, there is a new initiative launched called Team Renewable Arctic Finland, and it brings together 22 major players that bring together stakeholders, investors, businesses, technology, and service providers for creating a competitive offshore domain expertise in the scalable and global export potential for this offshore renewable energy sector with the Arctic twist, with the use of Arctic know-how, innovation, and technologies. And next sector that I'd like to highlight is sustainable Arctic tourism. On one hand, Arctic tourism is very challenging because if we have uncontrolled tourism, it will have very drastic effects on the fragile ecological systems of the Arctic, and especially on those that are located in the tundra area. There's also danger of breaking historical and cultural environment in the Arctic. But if it's done sustainable, following the best practice possible, it can be essential for development of Arctic human capital, for bringing population to the Arctic. But when traveling to national parks sustainably means that this will also upkeep them, provide funds for maintenance, protection, preserving, and monitoring of wilderness areas. It will also be beneficial for providing income and well-being to the local and indigenous population. And it will also support cultural enterprises and support micro businesses, otherwise that could have been disappearing. So I encourage you to discuss the challenges, certainties, and uncertainties of Arctic Ocean economy development, and to think about the question what we need for sustainable development of the Arctic Ocean economy. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alexandra. So from what you just said, I take it that basically what we're going to see in 2050 in the Arctic is going to become that the Arctic economy is the ocean economy. Is it right? Is it correct, what I heard?
To a large extent, yes.
To a large extent,
not completely.
Yeah. And I think that the whole notion of the Arctic economy, of the ocean economy, gives us a very complex view on the economic development, because it integrates everything from energy to tourism, from bioresources to climate solutions. And I think that this comprehensive approach should probably be the basis for the way how we see the Arctic economy development and how we work on it. Well, thank you very much, Alexandra. It was very insightful. And with this, I would like to invite Professor Frode Nielsen from Nord University Business School to offer his perspectives on the Arctic economy in the future. So please, Frode, the screen is yours.
Thank you, thank you. I will not bombard you with figures and numbers and stuff. I will rather take you through a reasoning about challenges and opportunities of the Arctic. The Arctic is a very generic expression, as you know, for a vast and diverse area. As a consequence, fundamental characteristics and challenges vary substantially whether you study North American Arctic or the North European/Russian Arctic. So to make the task a bit comprehensible, over 5 minutes for my disposal, I will focus on the European/West Russian Arctic in this short comment. One of the questions, or perhaps the key questions, that has been a constant field of interest over time is, what are the valuable resources in the Arctic? And are there still some yet to be discovered? This question has been raised over many centuries. Ever since the 15th century, expeditions have been set up to explore and study the Arctic, and many countries have been engaged in this effort. Germany, Russia, Norway, Sweden, Netherlands, Poland, and so I could go on for hours naming countries. It was, of course, quite a bit of adventurous spirit that was behind the expedition's thrust and drive. But an underlying element was always the search for new resources and unexploited opportunities in the uncharted waters and land in the high north. The huge natural resources were discovered, all from various fish species, sea mammals, and enormous mineral and fossil energy resources deposits. Some of the renewable biological resources was overexploited as technology overruled sense and resource management. Only thanks to a sharp introduction of strict management regimes, important sea mammals and fish species were saved. Herring, walrus, whales are examples of these ones. So over the past decades, the main concern and interest for the Arctic has shifted from resource mapping and exploitation towards preservation and coping with global warming consequences for Arctic life and subsistence. Thus, an additional dimension has been added to the concern and interest for the Arctic, and that is what will happen in the future Arctic, and what valuable resources should be left alone, and which one should or could be developed and exploited within the frames of a fully sustainable perspective. In this discussion, it will be very useful and also necessary to acknowledge and bear in mind that the climate situation in the Arctic is by and large a result of human activities that goes on in other, more highly populated areas far away from the Arctic. As we know, the Arctic has been and still is covered with ice and sits on top as a top shield of the vast marine areas of the North. Yes, we are aware that the escalating reduction of the polar ice and snow shield is on its way, but it has been significantly reduced, and by that made large ocean areas easier accessible for commercial activities, amongst others. So the accessible global oceans are now larger than ever before. In fact, the body of salt water covers approximately 71% of the surface of the Earth, the blue planet. A rhetorical question then, I couldn't resist, is how can it be possible that so little attention, relatively speaking, has been offered to a so important and large part of the globe? It may be high time now to bring much more of international politics, commercial, and scientific effort further towards a sustainable development of the blue economy. There are at least 3 factors that the blue economy may develop and thrive on in a sustainable manner: energy production and distribution, international trade and transportation, and increasing development of food and pharmaceutical production in and from the Arctic marine environment. It is my contention that it is high time not only to write and say, but also to think and act alternatively, away from soybean production, red meat, and so on, and rather look for more sustainable production drawn from the oceans and the Arctic seas. So therefore, 2 key questions need elaboration and significant attention in the years to come. Number 1 is, what sectors of the blue economy in the transforming Arctic have the greatest potential to serve global needs, and how can it be developed? Number 2 is, what are the opportunities and limitations for a strong increase in food production in the Arctic? Several initiatives have been taken to address these dimensions, of course, and over the fundamental questions. Among many, the EU recently launched a new Blue Economy Report 2021. So let me conclude this contribution by citing the EU Commissioner for Environment, Oceans and Fisheries, slightly rewritten role, but anyway, in these uncertain and challenging times, the blue economy is more relevant than ever. So thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Frode. And I especially like the when you said that sometime in the past we had the technology that overtook the sense. So we were faster in developing technologies than understanding the limitations to which we can use them. And today, when we hear a lot about the innovations, the pace of innovations, and when we see all the technological advancements around us, so we are kind of we have the same chance to get into the same trap, right? With all these technologies around us. So today it's more important than ever to think about the way how we, not about the way how we, what technologies we develop, but about the way how we use those technologies that already available for more sustainable future of the Arctic. Well, thank you very much. And hope we can go into deeper discussion afterwards, because there are so many points that you've raised that need to be elaborated, I think, and we're very much looking forward to the questions from the audience. But now I would like to give the floor to Mads Frederiksen from the Arctic Economic Council to share his perspectives on the future of the Arctic economy. So Mads, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, and thank you for inviting me with such a good panel. I'm actually I'm inspired by a TED talk I once saw with Alexander Middleton by my first slides, which is if you decide to Google the Arctic, this is very much the imaging you get up. The same if you look at the Arctic strategies from different nations, this is the image you get. So this is what a quick Google search will tell you. But for us in the Arctic Economic Council, the Arctic region is a lot more than this. The Arctic region is a place of connectivities, of big cities, of small cities, renewable energy, vertical farming, beautiful nature, and all of this that we have already heard about, and opportunities. So in my 5 minutes, I will just speak a little bit about some of these opportunities. First of all, the Arctic Economic Council is the only pan-Arctic business organization in the region. So we are the only organization that speaks on behalf of all 8 Arctic states. We have members from all of these, but also from outside the Arctic. The Arctic that we call home and where we operate. I'm sure that we have all heard this message several times, and I think it would be unfair to be at COP26 and not acknowledge the fact that the temperatures are rising at 3 times the speed in the Arctic region. But as we have also heard, it's not from people, it's not because of emissions happening in the Arctic region. It comes from emissions, CO2 emissions outside the Arctic region. But it affects all of us. So it affects homes, and it affects people living there, and it also affects companies. These are the roads you have to drive on when permafrost is doing its damage. You have rising energy costs. You have fishing habitats moving to new places, and it really is a challenge for companies. And I think what is important is that is also, you know, with all these challenges, there's also another challenge. So one is climate change. Another challenge here is the ideas that is coming from the south, outside of the Arctic, about how we should solve this. And we have already heard from the 2 previous speakers that the solution is quite often to make this protective national park rather than develop it. So you have climate change in the Arctic, and then to add on to those climate change, you have the ideas from other stakeholders saying, you know, we should close down all development. And I don't think that's the solution, because we have a lot of good solutions that we can help the rest of the world with in the Arctic. We have heard a lot about fish, and this decade will be the ocean decade. Today, I mean, I think it's very interesting, both what Alexander and what Frode was saying, how we need more of the fish. We need more of the resources from the oceans. Today, only 7% of people's protein intake comes from the seafood industry. And we will rise to 9.7 billion people in 2050. So we'll be a lot more people on this planet. There's a huge potential for more sustainable fishing rather than soybeans. With heating waters also comes new fishing habitats. So suddenly fish is moving further north. And this also offers both challenges and opportunities for the fishing sector. I think another important point here is that this is also a very highly regulated area. So all Arctic states have actually gone together on an agreement not to fish in the currently overfrozen oceans until we know how many fish stays below. So it's just to say that it's also a very regulated area, thankfully, and it's also a very sustainable area for sustainable fishing. Both speakers also spoke about the opportunities around innovation. What you see in this photo here is it comes from the cod, and it's worth a lot more money than a cod fillet. So this is from an Icelandic company that is using kerasis, they're using fish skin to treat burn wounds, to treat diabetic skin wounds. So basically you put on this fish skin on the wound and the wound will heal in a more natural process. This right now is a multi-million-dollar industry in Iceland. In Iceland, where they're currently using more than 80% of the cod fillet, of the cod fish. As an example, in Norway, they're currently using around 56% of the fish. So there's a huge potential of what other nations throw out. You know, why don't we innovate? Why don't we use new technologies like both Frode and Alexander were saying? In North Norway, you also have companies working with the prawn shells, making heart medicine, and you have companies using cod liver to make a COVID-19 test. Another resource I think is important to talk about is the raw materials. What you see on this map is where the European Union gets their raw materials from. If you look at China, for example, we get a lot of raw materials, but 98% of the rare earth elements that we're using in Europe comes from China. You also have rare earth elements in Greenland. You also have rare earth elements in places of other places of the Arctic region. And I think there needs to be a decision in the Western world if we want to have raw materials like copper, iron, rare earth elements from one of the most responsible nations of the world, of the Arctic region, or we would rather continue having it, like you see on the map, from the Democratic Republic of Congo. Where do people think we will have the most responsible mining? I would say that we will have it in the Arctic region. And why do we need these raw materials? We need these raw materials because if you want wind turbines and you want this green transition, we need batteries, and for batteries, you need the rare earth elements. You also need for other things. You need iron and copper and so on. So everything you need if you want satellites, you want electric vehicles, you want your cell phones, and you want your wind turbines, you need to explore minerals, and these minerals are in the Arctic region. And this is my final point is about the opportunities, is around energy. And I think I would like to take an example. You know, we have all kinds of energy sources in the Arctic. We have nuclear, oil, LNG, geothermal, tidal energy, etc., etc. But I would like to focus on the hydro energy because in northern Norway, there's a small village called Berlevåg. This is how Berlevåg looked after the war. Berlevåg later developed into a fishing village, but with the fishing industry was changing, suddenly people were leaving this village, so it went from 1,700 people to just 900 people today. And they looked at themselves in Berlevåg in North Norway and they said, you know, what do we have plenty of? What can people not take away from us? And what they realized, what people cannot take away from you is the wind. So they have a plan about building a power-to-X or ammonia plant. They already have the money for this. So this is not some kind of weird dream. This is a project that already has finance. So they want to create this power-to-X ammonia plant, which will be the future fuel. And they will use the surplus heat from this production to have on-land fish farms. And they will use the waste from the fish farms to have vertical farming. So suddenly you have vertical farming, you will have your own lettuce in Berlevåg, you will have your on-land fish farms with no pesticides and so on. It will be heated water of 27 degrees Celsius, so you can have hot water prawns like tiger prawns, and you will also provide green energy to the shipping industry and to Svalbard. So this is some of the opportunities that is already happening in the Arctic region. And this will definitely transform the shipping industry. And shipping industry has been a big part for the Arctic region for many years. This is one of my favorite maps of all times. This is the Vikings shipping routes, the trading routes of the Vikings in the year 700. So if you look in the year 700, we used to trade, the people of us living in the Arctic, we used to trade all across the oceans. The oceans are our highways, and the oceans connect 85% of the world's population. So even though we're just a small group of people, or 4 million people, or 10 million people, depending how you count, we have the opportunity to connect the whole world. We have, for the first time in history now, we have a new ocean opening up, or for the first time in recorded history. When the ice melts, the Arctic Ocean will open up, and it will offer opportunities both within fishing, but also within shipping and transport logistics. We will have to travel shorter distances, which means that we will save on CO2 emissions. So at the end, my final comment here is that we've just gone through a pandemic, or we're going through a pandemic right now. And we never had a time in history where people have gone out of a crisis and continued the same way as it was before. You know, you never leave a pandemic or a plague or a war coming out the same way as you was before. You look at yourself and you reform and transform. I think we are currently going through the climate change challenges, and we are going through a pandemic, and we have to change the way we are doing business. And the way we are doing business is through innovation, and it's looking to where we can get the resources the smartest possible way. And I would say the smartest way to get renewable energy, to get the raw materials we need, and to get the food we need to feed the world is in the Arctic region. So thank you very much for your time, and I'm looking forward to the questions.
Thank you very much, Mats. It was fantastic. I especially liked when you said that, well, sometimes in the Arctic we receive good ideas from the south, but perhaps we need Arctic ideas for the development of the Arctic, not the southern ideas, right? And I think it's a very strong and very strong statement saying that we have in the Arctic, we do not only have natural resources like oil and gas and things like that, but we also have enough human capital to generate the innovations, the ideas for the future of the Arctic. And some of the examples you've given about that cod skin that cures the wounds and other things, and that ammonia plant, that's fantastic. So I think that we just need to admit that there are a lot of ideas that just wait to be implemented there, and the ideas that will transform the Arctic for the future. So basically, it's not the climate that transforms the Arctic, but the ideas. And thank you very much, Mats, again for that. We will come back to your points, but I've been told that we are receiving some questions from from our online viewers. So I would like to read the question and offer all the panelists to respond. So the first question is from Darka Todorovsky from the media outlet Poglet Info. So basically the question is that we obviously need some policies and rules of the game in the Arctic. And the question is whether there will be those rules that regulate how the Arctic is being developed in a sustainable way. And whether the question is whether there will be a confrontation between, I don't know why it says Russia and China on one side and Scandinavia, USA and Canada on the other side. Well, I mean, here is the couple of questions actually. I think one question is about the rules of the game, and the other question is the Arctic only for the Arctic states, or is it for everyone? So I encourage all of the panelists to respond to that. So who's ready?
I can start out then,
please,
before
please.
The two researchers. I think there's good questions here. First of all, the Arctic region is not a lawless area. I think that it's not the Wild Wild West. I mean, we have each nation state has their laws. You have the Polar Code, which is quite unique. You have the regulations on UNCLOS happening in a very formal ways. So that I think that's the rules of the game are very clear. And happens through the Arctic Council, happens in the IMO, in the UN, in the European Union, depending on the authorities. And then regarding the conflict, I always use the example of LNG. So on the Northern Sea route, you have ships sailing there that has been designed in Finland. They have been constructed in South Korea. It's French investors who are investing. The energy is being exploited in Russia. It's going to China and is also going to Norway. So you basically have, and this is just one LNG project that is so international. So business has an interest in free trade, open borders, and collaboration. So the conflict is definitely not going to come from the business side. I cannot speak about the political side. And then if the Arctic is open for involvement for other people, I think the key here is in the mining field, we talk about social license to operate. I think if policymakers wants to get involved in the Arctic, they need a social license to operate there politically. And that has to come through involvement and dialogue with the people. I used to say that in the Arctic regions, nothing about us without us. So if you want to deal with the Arctic region, you should do it with the people in the Arctic region. Thank you.
That's Alexandra, Frode, any further comments on the question?
I can.
Yes, please, Frode.
Well, I'm a professor, so I'm used to talk for hours. But I mean, the thing is, as it was pointed out here, is I'm not. I don't believe in terrible confrontations. On the contrary, because all nation states need some kind of a trade, and there is always some kind of a trade balance. And we have international institutions such as the WTO that can regulate. But I think basically trade will emerge based on common interests from all the parties involved and all the parties that are interested in doing something good, some business or whatever development. So I'm not so afraid about any confrontation, basically. I think we should rather look for opportunities and how it can be moderated so that it is carried out in a sustainable and good manner in the future. And there are so many opportunities in the Arctic, so many, and we are just in the beginning of taking advantage of all this, but we have to do it carefully. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Frode. Alexandra, are you willing to add to this?
Yeah, I'd like to add just quickly that Mads didn't mention, but in the Arctic Economic Council, they are they actually have Arctic Investment Protocol, which is a soft law mechanism for all investors that want to invest in the Arctic and do it in socially, environmentally, and economically sustainable way. And this provides a blueprint of like 6 principles, what you like a checkbox, what you need to do before you want to invest in the Arctic. And utmost important is to consult with the local population, indigenous people, and see how your project can contribute to the well-being and economic development of the region, how it will create jobs and prosperity to the region, not to take, but actually to meaningfully contribute.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Alexandra, and thank you very much, everyone. So basically, the answer is let the business lead the way and follow the rules of sustainable development, because basically there is no conflict around the business. Business has a lot of interest in the way in using the opportunities that are there in the Arctic, and the business by definition is international. So basically, if we follow the business interests and make sure that the rules of the game are there in terms of the sustainable development. So some of the frameworks have already been in place. So basically, we just need to start working towards the specific projects and initiatives and rely on business to do so. Thank you very much again. We've got another question from online. It's from Modern Diplomacy. So I will read it out loud. So is it possible for countries that aspire to the space and resources of the Arctic to find a common language and spheres of interest? Or do you expect that things will be resolved in other places in the world? If you had the opportunity, how would you mediate among the countries that are territorially connected to the important area? So basically the question again is about how the countries can agree on the way how to use the opportunities of the Arctic, and can we do it in the Arctic, or do we need somebody else to sort this out for us? So please, I don't know if anyone wants to comment, so please do.
Let the professor start. Frode, I will let you start.
Frode, please.
Yes, I'd rather not say so much about this. It is a difficult field, you know, of landmines and all this kind of other stuff that you can step on. But I think basically we need to adhere to national and international laws and regulations and agreements. And I think by doing that, it wouldn't be such a difficult task. There are, of course, people who want to dispute agreements, international agreements from time to time, but I think that wouldn't be a big problem. If we open up for development projects, there will be room for everyone, I think. And I do not see this as a difficult field, actually. It's just to comply with the overarching regulations and laws and social commitments. Thank you.
Right. Thank you for that. Mats, would you like to add to that?
Yeah, I just want to say that I think now people are always talking about Russia and the US as two opposites, and if you look at it at the International Space Station, they collaborate very well. You know, they are sending astronauts and cosmonauts into space, and they work together. And the same goes for the Arctic. You have the Arctic Coast Guard Forum that is a collaboration. I actually see the Arctic as rather being a zone of conflict. It's a zone of collaboration. You know, my chairman is from Russia, and we have a lot of US members, and it has never been an issue. So you have, as Frode said, you have a lot of regulations already. There is no conflicts around resources. I mean, when it comes to the territorial disputes, it's solved in the UN. So it's not really. We haven't seen a conflict in the Arctic region.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mats. Alexandra, would you like to add to this?
Yes, I'd like to highlight that cooperation on the Arctic Council front has been very successful, and it's devoted to environmental protection and sustainable development of the Arctic. And we also shouldn't forget about the role of international investors that are more increasingly requiring climate risk assessment and reporting in accordance with Task Force on Climate Reporting Disclosures. All big companies in the UK will be required to report their climate risks. So we also have the pressure from international investors community and pension funds that are regulating the market. And some of the companies in the Arctic have one of the best track records for investors in that aspect.
Thank you very much. So again, I think that we're all agree that the political frameworks are there and they are pretty operational. So we don't see the geopolitical tensions on the extent that wouldn't allow us to work, right? And one thing that I notice in many discussions that we were holding over the course of the years, that the closer to the Arctic you get with this kind of discussion, the less political component is there, the more business and social perspectives are in the focus. And sometimes for the rest of the world, which is in the south, is the big south, they think that we have tensions, but we have opportunities, right, rather than tensions. And I think that, from what you say, I take it that the important frameworks that we need to work on in the future are mainly about the way how we invest, how we attract more businesses to the Arctic, and how we make sure that those businesses who come to the Arctic, they work sustainably, they bring their best technologies, and they also bring their common sense in front of the technologies to make sure that the technologies are used with sense, right? So I think that the regulation which has been recently introduced, this not that recently, a few years ago, the Arctic Investment Protocol is a very good stepping stone for better investment environment, better investment climate in the Arctic, and I think that this is something we need to continue working on. Well, thank you very much. And so far, we do not have any more questions online, so I'll probably ask you to touch upon some of the points you mentioned in your presentations, and probably we could elaborate on them a little more, because there were so many good points. And Frode, if you don't mind, I would like to start with your point about the question that you suggested. What sectors of the blue economy have the greatest potential on the course of the next 30 years? So in your view, what are those sectors? So obviously we can guess a number of them, but what do you see from your perspective? Please.
Yes, thank you. There are many interesting areas, but I think one of the areas is simply aquaculture. Aquaculture of fish, marine substances such as alga, macroalga, and microalga, and all these kind of things. And the sea is so packed with interesting and valuable substances. You can cure cancer, you can cure just about anything by exploiting all this, but we do not actually have the technology and skill set. So the need, strangely enough, it will come from a professor, that we need some more funding for research. But anyway, it is actually necessary. We need to put in an extra effort, right, to raise the technology level and to be able to economically exploit all the, or at least some of the vast possibilities that are just outside of our hands here. So yes, thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. And Mads, if you were asked to name like 3 top sectors in the Arctic economy to 2050, the ones that you would invest your dollars into, what would that be?
I mean 2050. So I mean, we have already, the two academics have already mentioned it, and I think everyone knows that the blue economy, and here I'm talking the blue bioeconomy. So it's both looking at algae, it's looking at seaweed, it's looking at, the resources we haven't exploited yet, that we don't know yet in fully details. So anything around, the seafood and the seafood industry, I will definitely invest in. I think, secondly, there's a lot about energy in the Arctic. So we know there's going to be a decarbonization of shipping. We know that shipping fuels will be running on new kind of energies in the future, if it's e-methanol, ammonia, whatever. But anything around energy, I think will be good investments, definitely. And then there needs to be investments in, and this might be a public investment, but it's a good investment in 2050, is around connectivity. So it's around making sure that people living in remote communities have access to the internet, so they can suddenly work online. That means that the hospitals can operate online. If you look at the world at 2050, a lot of things will be automated. There will be robotics, there will be artificial intelligence doing a lot of things, but we need that data, we need proper connectivity. So that's both subsea cables, it's low Earth orbiting satellites, it's large satellites and so on, but we need to invest in the connectivity. So the first two is more for private investors, and the last one is definitely a public-private investment opportunity.
Yeah, thank you very much. That's cool. Alexandra, please, your top 3 sectors for investment in Arctic.
Actually, I can't agree more with what Frude brought up, because what we see our Arctic now is just the image of the Arctic as a producer of raw material, that would be used somewhere else. But once this raw material start to be developed and put into final products already in the Arctic, it will create so much more additional value that will be beneficial for the local communities. So health supplements from fish, from algae, from the ocean. I would also bet on connectivity, as Matt said, because during the times of pandemics, we all witnessed, it doesn't matter where you live, you can do your work remotely, but you can attract a lot of people and talent to the Arctic because we have a lot of space, a lot of nature, recreational capital. And once we have proper working networks, proper working internet, this becomes it becomes a very attractive place for the talent to come and live in the Arctic to develop the region.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think that one of the things that are beyond obvious in this discussion is that the Arctic bioresources, be it fish or marine organisms like or seaweed, for example, they are not only for food purposes but also for pharmaceutical, and I think that and probably many others as well, right? Because we still don't know. I especially liked the figure that was in the Alexandra's presentation, that we currently the level of to which we know the ocean is only about 2 to 5%. So basically, we know nothing about the ocean, and there's still a lot of discoveries to be done. And actually, yes, and I think that as the research will be done in the future, we will see not only new forms of life, new resources, but also we will discover new ways how to use those resources. Just like the example that Mads gave us about the cod skin, right? And I think that there will be more and more opportunities like that. And I also think that, I don't know if any one of you would like to comment on this. I heard that the Arctic Ocean is very capable of the climate initiatives like carbon sequestering, like you can use the seaweed in the artificially grown seaweed in the Arctic to absorb the CO2 from the atmosphere. So what do you think about that? I heard that these projects are have been explored, but are there any practical implementations like that?
I think there are some. They haven't come through fully with the technology and the knowledge, but it is in process, and it is like the rainforest. You know, it just sits in the sea instead, and it's absolutely capable of taking care of huge amounts of CO2. But there are still some work to be done in order to draw in a more large scale on these fantastic ideas. But you know, on one side, it is a terrible situation. I'm very bad at that myself with patience. So there need to be some patience, but we need also to step on it to get ahead with the inventions and innovations and all this. And that is fund needing to do this efforts.
Yeah, right. Thank you very much for that. Yeah, I think that yeah, we just need to release the creative energy of the people in the Arctic, bring more talents online, and so that they could also innovate from other parts of the world, but for the innovations that we can use in the Arctic. And yeah, thank you very much. Well, I think that the other point that was like echoing from between all of your three presentations is about the transportation and the opportunities that are opening up with the melting ice and the opportunities to for the global transit through the Arctic waters. So, but what are the conditions with which we can consider this transportation sustainable? What do you like? Because you've mentioned already, Mads, that the ammonia would probably be the marine fuel of the future, and we will definitely look into more new alternative fuels to what's been used now. But what are other conditions? Or maybe you could expand on the alternative fuels perspective as well.
I think there's several layers to this. So one is, if you take the Northern Sea route, it's a shorter route, it's a shorter distance. So in the long run, it releases less CO2 emissions over time, depending, of course, how far south you go in Asia. I think that's an important caveat as well. But it has a potential. Right now, there's not much transit shipping. I think last year was 63 ships sailing through the Northern Sea route. You have 21,000 ships sailing through the Suez Canal. So there's still a potential. But for it to be sustainable, it needs, I mean, also to be environmentally sustainable. So that means, you know, taking care of the noise and so on for these new shipping routes. The good thing about nuclear is it's not as noisy. Then you have other issues like search and rescue. So it has to be humanly sustainable as well. So the search and rescue capability needs to be improved. And then the fuel. So LNG, of course, is better than oil and diesel. And right now the LNG carriers run on cargo. They run on LNG. And then sustainable, I think another important point here is sustainability for the local communities living along the Northern Sea route and along any Arctic shipping routes. I think you have an opportunity, or we have an opportunity as a society, to develop the shipping routes and include the local communities. So, for example, it will be easier to get reindeer meat to the international markets. It will be easier to get wild berries or get local products made in the small, remote indigenous communities if the ships goes in and stop. So if we decide to invest in hydrogen, e-methanol or ammonia or whatever it will be, the power to X, the unknown X, if we decide to invest in that, we will most likely have to refuel more often than today. So we will have to stop in, and when we are stopping in here, why don't we add on some of the local products? So sustainability, I think, covers a lot of fields. So it's both the climate, it's the environment, it's the social aspect. But I think we are getting a long way, and I think we have as everyone else have said, is that the Arctic has a good track record for this. We just need to make it human sustainable as well.
Right.
Thank you.
Right. Thank you very much, Mats. Frode, if you like to add on that.
No, I think it's okay. Basically, it is. I think Mats made a good presentation of the comment on this issue. Okay. So it wouldn't be necessary. I could always talk about that, but I mean, it is the fueling of transportation is a critical issue. Of course, it is. But there are many good initiatives which we raised. And I mean, also the search and rescue capacity has been significantly improved over the past 5-10 years. But of course, it needs some more effort, I would say. But and the collaboration, I was actually in the exercise between Russia, Norway, Sweden, Finland, at least, and it was very interesting and encouraging to see how good they collaborated. They stood side by side and solved challenges all the time, and it was really good. And they have these exercises annually at sea between Norway and Russia, and we have other land-based exercises, and I think they steadily improve the search and rescue capability. The challenge is, of course, again, funding, because as the traffic increase, the capacity need to be increased as well. And this is something to think about also. So there must be a kind of a balance, for governmental initiatives and follow-up. You cannot solely rely on private economic actors.
Yeah.
So they need facilitation, yes.
Yeah. Thank you very much for that. Alexandra, would you like to add on this?
I could add that the Russian Federation government has very ambitious plans for financing of the Northern Sea route and many initiatives for improving safety, investing into icebreaker capacity, into new vessels operating, also offering container shipment along the Northern Sea route that will be very attractive in the future for more prompt, like just-in-time type of shipping of materials without going through Suez channel, which is very congested. So this will all require a lot of investment, both from the Russian side and also from international investors that would need to update their fleet that will be suitable to operate in the icy waters on the Northern Sea route. And it's a unique opportunity now to think of using most sustainable technology, best fuels possible, and then using this very short route to serve the customers, to use it more in the transit way, not just destinational way as it is used nowadays. But I see this transition, this kind of transition to shipping all year round with very sustainable shipping capabilities on the Northern Sea route.
Yeah, right. Thank you very much. So, yeah, I think that it's critical indeed that when you talk about the logistics and transportation in the Arctic, it's one of those maybe one of those few areas where you can not only rely on business alone, you need to cooperate between business and governments because this is a critical part of the critical infrastructure and it involves a lot of government interests and regulation as well. And I think that, yes, if we succeed in creating that supportive an enabling environment from the policy perspective, we will have a very competitive sea route that will contribute its bit to the global trade, and that's going to be fantastic. And also, I think that the point that Mats made on that. You will have to think about making more stops on that Arctic transit route, and that what's gonna integrate the local communities in the Arctic with the rest of the world. And it's not only because you need to fuel up more often, but also because you really need to use the economic potential of the indigenous peoples in the Arctic and get them connected to the global economy. And I think that with this point, it's natural to think about and to discuss. We have already mentioned that Arctic has its own talents, Arctic has its own ideas, and Arctic people should be a part of the solutions and for the Arctic now and in 2050. But let's talk a little bit, who are these people in the Arctic? Who are they? Because sometimes we, as Matt's shown the slides, we see no people in the pictures. When you Google Arctic, it's only polar bears and that's it. So no people. But who are the people in the Arctic? So what are their expectations and what are their aspirations? Who would like to start on this?
Maybe I could start because
yes,
it's interesting. You know, every time I speak with companies from anywhere in the Arctic, so that's in North Norway, Northern Sweden, Russia, Alaska, anywhere, one of their main issues is not as much investments as is people. Attracting the right workforce is a huge challenge for companies. It's a challenge for companies around the world, also in Moscow and Paris and Washington is also an issue, but especially in the Arctic region, to make sure that people are staying there, that people are not leaving the region is the key. And I think the problem is that we probably have focused for too long just about creating jobs, without saying, you know, people also have other reasons to be in a place than just working. You know, there's also a life after work, but if you read the policies, it's always about job creations. It's not about creating the livelihoods. It's not about the 16 other hours when you're not working. So competences is really key. We need to have the right competences. And the region is so sparsely populated that we are very open for outsiders. We are very welcoming to outsiders to come and work. And we need the skilled people. And I also think there's also a gender issue here that I'm sure a lot of the researchers can speak more about. But there's disparity in some parts of the Arctic about who is the most highly educated and so on. So we need to lift everyone, and both male and females. And we need to make sure the young people has a motivation to stay there. Other than just working. So that's the first step. I would also say, if you can live in the Arctic, I mean, you can live everywhere, I would say. I mean, and that really says a lot about the people who comes from the Arctic. It's a very strong, resilient people. They have been living in some of the harshest environment for hundreds of years. So by nature, there's also a lot of innovation going on in the Arctic, and you need to be innovative. You need to be collaborative. You need to work with your neighbors, and this is very much in the nature of the Arctic. So, you know, there was a famous explorer, Icelandic American explorer, who wrote a book called The Friendly Arctic. And the reason why he called it the Friendly Arctic, he said the Arctic is very, very friendly if you know how to live there. If you don't know how to treat the Arctic, it's a very unfriendly place. But if you know how to live and work in the Arctic, it's a very, very friendly place. And I think the people living in the Arctic knows how friendly it is. And I think we just need to showcase that to the rest of the world.
Thank you very much, Mats. Alexandra, would you like to continue?
Sure, I have studied quite a lot demographic dynamics in both Norwegian, Swedish, and Finnish Arctic, and also Northern West Russian Arctic. And we see quite worrying signs there, because the population of youth is decreasing all the time, and the population of young adults is also decreasing. And the only population that is increasing is elderly people that would require a lot of attention there is a very high dependency ratios in the economy that will create a lot of strain on the economy as well, taking care of elderly and young children. So I guess the most important part in this equation is to solve how to bring more people that will create families and continue that will create a positive trend in demographics in the Arctic. But speaking also of educational attainment, we see that women are much more educated than male. So they need usually it's the other way around, but in the Arctic we see these disparities. So there needs to be more attention to bring in more higher education for our male population. Some remote areas of the Arctic have very high sex ratios, meaning that there is much more male dominant society like proportion wise than female. So this creates a certain social challenges for their society. So basically, I credit to many things that Mads also said. I once read one survey made for Russian graduates, and they were asked, what will make you to move to the Arctic? And it was not the level of salary. The most important one was that the place would have a gym, so they want to go and exercise, have some opportunities to live out of the work as well. So that's very important to think
Right.
when we build the Arctic, what kind of urban environment and cultural and recreational opportunities we create for the people in the Arctic.
Thank you very much, Alexandra. Frode, any remarks from you on this perspective, please?
It will be very much on the same lines as Mats and Alexandra, but I think interesting jobs is important. And you also need some minimum level of infrastructure. I can give you an example from a small community in northern Norway where they have this relatively big aquaculture industry. And they wanted a new marketing director. They interviewed several people, and one of them said he would come, but he was so fond of tennis, he needed a tennis court. So they did, of course, not have one, but they just built one inside, and it didn't cost a fortune. And then he was employed. So I think there are a lot of opportunities, but a bit more seriously, I think perhaps we might need to accept in the future that there will be some kind of a change, demographic change, that we can't populate all these small villages scattered around everywhere. Maybe there will be some kind of a concentration. It's only a guess. I mean, but I think probably. I mean, let's say 50 years ago, no one complained about the weather in northern Norway because they didn't have a TV. Mm-hmm. But now they can see every day the fantastic weather they can experience elsewhere. But I mean, people are different. I mean, you can find people interested in nature, going for fishing. I'm a fly fisherman myself, and I really enjoy that. And they have a lot of opportunities around here. So, but maybe the main key issue is a minimum level of infrastructure, and you need a critical number of people, and so that interesting jobs also appears. And I think we need to perhaps accept that there will be some kind of a demographic change, yes, in the future.
Thank you very much. Well, I think this is a very good note to conclude the discussion. And I would like to say that based on what we've just discussed, we we see that in 2050 the Arctic will be creative, it will be friendly, it will have a lot of new talent brought from other parts of the world as well as those born in Arctic. And we will see the future economy of the Arctic predominantly built around the notion of the blue economy with such sectors as bioresources, energy, and also leading the way, but also it's about the connectivity and connectedness of the Arctic, not only physically through the new opening up transit routes, but also through the digital connectivity that brings people together. And well, I think with this kind of a vision for the Arctic, we can definitely engage more businesses and more people from different ways of life to contribute to this sustainable and friendly future of the Arctic. Thank you very much. I would like to thank again our wonderful panelists, Alexander Middleton, Mads Frederiksen, and Frode Nielsen for their contribution today. Thank you very much for being with us, and have a good rest of your day. And I would like to say that unfortunately, the Russian speaker could not join us for the discussion today, but luckily we have a pre-recorded address from him that we will offer to watch now. So please.
Dear colleagues, friends, and all the guests of Russian Pavilion who are participating both on site and online, I warmly welcome you today at the Arctic Day in the framework of the UN Climate Change Conference in Glasgow. In 2021-23, the Russian Federation is chairing the Arctic Council, a key format for constructive multilateral cooperation in the High North. For a quarter of a century, despite the complexity of global affairs in other areas, the 8 Arctic states and Arctic indigenous peoples have sat together at the same table, working towards achieving our shared goals. The challenges the Arctic faces are numerous and evolving rapidly, and there is not one nation or entity that can mitigate these challenges alone. We therefore chose the Russian chairmanship to operate under the theme Responsible Governance for Sustainable Arctic, reflecting the need for collective action on the sustainable development of the region in a balanced combination of environmental, economic, and social components. Climate change has a significant and rapid impact on the Arctic, which is warming 3 times faster than the rest of the world. Therefore, in addition to the tasks of addressing climate change issues, adapting livelihoods, enhancing resilience to its effects, maintaining the health of Arctic ecosystems, including the marine environment, and preserving biodiversity, in particular migratory bird species, we need to give urgent attention to managing environmental risks. All of these tasks require collective efforts of all Arctic Council states. We are sure that sustainable development is the core element on the way to reduction of environmental risks in the Arctic that promotes a responsible approach to the development of the Northern Territories. Russia is very keen to move in this direction. At the same time, it is important not only to be mindful of the Arctic's vulnerability in the face of climate change, but also to use its natural energy and transport potential and solutions to facilitate the transition to low-emission economy. This will contribute to fulfilling the goals of the 2015 Paris Climate Agreement and the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. We intend to encourage the widespread introduction of advanced innovation technologies in industry, transport, and energy, including the development of renewable energy sources. I would also like to stress the enormous role of the Arctic in transition towards climate-neutral economy. Arctic not only has a huge hydrocarbon resources like LNG, which is in great demand due to energy transition, but also minerals and metals for low-carbon future, including rare earth metals. Understanding how climate change will affect the climate system and ecosystem is a key to adapting livelihoods and to inform decision-making on regional, national, and international levels. The Council's 6 working groups, which tackle a broad range of the Arctic's most pressing issues, regularly develop world-class environmental, ecological, and social assessments that provide us with the scientific and science and evidence-based knowledge that inform our decision-making. The development and application of practical green energy solutions in the Arctic region enables communities to reduce emissions and improve air quality. The Arctic Council promotes knowledge exchange and supports small and remote Arctic communities in transitioning to sustainable energy. Resilience is the capacity of communities and systems to recover and restore themselves from crises and disturbances. Governments, indigenous peoples, local communities, researchers, and businessmen are therefore working together to build resilience to the social ecological changes that are underway in the Arctic. And it's a cross-cutting theme across the Arctic Council working groups. Black carbon both damages human health and contributes to climate change. Arctic Council projects seek to reduce black carbon and its sources and improve understanding its impacts on Arctic inhabitants. Wildfires and wildland fires are an emerging topic across Arctic Council working groups, as the environmental and communities in the circumpolar north have been affected by unprecedented wildfires over the past few years. Arctic states and permanent participants provide specific expertise for a holistic approach on how to tackle future wildfire seasons. The Russian chairmanship of the Arctic Council is planning to organize a series of events on climate change and permafrost degradation in the Arctic, prevention of marine and land pollution, including oil spill prevention and response, emergency response and management exercise. There are also plans to hold the third Arctic Biodiversity Congress, meeting of ministers responsible for environmental protection and heads of meteorological services. Having that, I would like to share with you the following statement of the chair of senior Arctic officials on the occasion of the United Nations Climate Change Conference of the parties COP26 in Glasgow. As the current chair of the Arctic Council, the Russian Federation has prepared this statement on the occasion of the United Nations Climate Change Conference of the Parties in Glasgow. The Arctic states and indigenous permanent participants of the Arctic Council recently shared their vision for the Arctic over the next decade that recognizes the region's particular vulnerability to rapid warming and outlines strategic actions to tackle climate change. For the past 50 years, the Arctic has warmed at a rate 3 times the global average. Global anthropogenic emissions of greenhouse gases and short-lived climate pollutants continue to increase and drive climate change. These alarming changes have severe consequences for biodiversity, ecosystems, and human living conditions in the Arctic, including direct negative impacts on health and well-being, food security, transportation, livelihoods, industries, infrastructure, and the availability of safe drinking water. The Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change recently concluded that human influence has unequivocally warmed the atmosphere, ocean, and land. The Climate Change 2021 report showed that emissions of greenhouse gases from human activities are responsible for approximately 1.1 degrees Celsius of warming globally over the past 100 years. Further warming is expected to reach or exceed 1.5 degrees Celsius of warming, which will amplify permafrost thawing and the loss of seasonal snow cover, melting of glaciers and ice sheets, and loss of summer Arctic sea ice. To reduce emissions of greenhouse gases and short-lived climate pollutants and slow the rate of increase in average temperature, it's of utmost importance to step up efforts to meet the long-term temperature goals and effective implementation of Paris Agreement. The Arctic Council is therefore firmly committed to work alongside other countries under the UNFCCC to reach, as a matter of urgency, the goals of the Paris Agreement. Established 25 years ago, the Arctic Council continues to play a strong leadership role in highlighting the environmental, cultural, and societal implications of climate change for Arctic inhabitants, with a particular emphasis on indigenous peoples. The Council will contribute to climate change mitigation and adaptation by promoting efforts towards low-emission societies and environmental protection throughout the Arctic. The Arctic states support efforts to increase capacity of all Arctic communities to adapt to climate change and encourage further work to identify and share best practices to deal with these challenges. Recent Arctic Council scientific assessments, including the Arctic Climate Change Update 2021 and the report on the state of Arctic terrestrial biodiversity, found that climate change is the most serious threat to Arctic biodiversity and ecosystem. The Arctic Council has also highlighted the imperative of reducing short-lived climate pollutants to slow near-term warming and provide climate and health benefits for Arctic inhabitants. To address the growing impacts of climate change and pollution in the Arctic states have been working through a dedicated, action-oriented expert group to achieve black carbon and methane reduction in the Arctic region. Arctic states are on track to reach our collective goal of reducing black carbon emissions by 25-33% relative to 2013 levels by 2025. However, we note that additional action and measures are needed to reverse the trend of growing collective methane emissions, which have increased by 2% from 2013 to 2018 and are projected to continue increasing to 2025. The Arctic Council will continue to undertake activities based on sound science together with traditional knowledge and local knowledge to advance our understanding and inform our actions on climate change. This includes working closely with the international community, especially Arctic Council observer states and organizations, to address climate change effects in the Arctic that not only impact Arctic nations, but also are of significant concern globally. Thank you.
Yeah, that was the presentation from His Excellency Nikolai Karchanov, the chairman of the Senior Arctic Officials Council, and the ambassador of the Russian Federation. So, and thank you very much, His Excellency, for this concluding speech on the priorities of Russian chairmanship in the Arctic Council for 2021-2023. And with that, I would like to say that our session on the future of the Arctic has reached its end, and we would like to thank everyone who has joined us here on the United Nations Climate Change Conference in Glasgow, as well as online. Thank you all very, very much, and have a good rest of your day. Thank you. Goodbye. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. For those here at the United Nations Climate Change Conference in Glasgow, and also those who joined us online. And welcome to the Sustainable Arctic Shipping session, where we will discuss the challenges and opportunities for the development of the all year-round transit route through Arctic waters. My name is Alexei Kalinin, and I'm a director of the Institute for Emerging Market Studies at Moscow School of Management, Skolkovo. So talking about the sustainable Arctic shipping, we need to take into account several perspectives that are there. First of all, of course, we understand the need for all year-round transit because the global economy, for example, is expected to double in size by 2050, and it's going to be constantly growing. So we need to make sure that there are enough trade routes for that growing economy. And what is also important that since recently we see how the traditional routes get disrupted by different challenges such as, for example, Suez Canal blockage or the queues in the American ports or the other things like pandemic reasons to close the ports all around the world. So we see that the current marine transportation system is not working properly, and it cannot even accommodate the volumes of today's trade, leave alone the volumes that are expected to be there in 2050. So we definitely need to look for the other alternative routes to deliver our goods back and forth from Asia to Europe and back. And also what we see as an opportunity for the Arctic route is that obviously thanks to the climate change, if we can say that, thanks to the climate change, but because of the climate change, we see that there will be fewer ice in the Arctic, and you can really use the Arctic route as a all year-round transit from Asia, between Asia and Europe and back. And also what we see and what we observe that's going on in the Arctic, in some places, especially in European part of the Arctic, the population is growing and the Arctic urbanization is underway. So what we basically see and observe that there will be more and more people living there, and they will need to get their goods delivered. And the sea routes in the Arctic waters will become more and more in demand for the purposes of the Arctic supply. So, but on the other hand, we can say that there are a number of conditions that need to be taken into consideration when discussing the opportunities for the Arctic shipping. And first of all, this is about the growing climate awareness and concerns about the CO2 emissions. And obviously, the transportation industry as a whole contributes up to 16% of the global greenhouse gas emissions, and the sea transport is one of the major contributors. So there are certain initiatives that have been underway now that are targeted to reducing the impact that the shipping industry makes on the overall greenhouse gas emissions. And one of those would be the transition to the alternative fuels as a part of the energy transition paradigm. So basically, in between these two components, one that sets the grounds for the need for the Arctic shipping, and the other that sets the requirements and conditions under which this Arctic shipping can be sustainable. We see the sustainable Arctic shipping concept, and which I am going to tell you more about. So there are a number of factors that we can see as important and significant in the way how the Arctic shipping is developing now. So first of all, it's about the goods that are going to be traded in the course of the next 30 years. We see that currently a lot of container ships that currently go through the Suez Canal or around the Cape of Good Hope, they can potentially take a shorter route through the Arctic waters, and that on its own will reduce the carbon emissions from the global trade, because the Arctic route, as I said, it's shorter than the one through Suez Canal, and of course it is shorter than the one around the Cape of Good Hope. So basically we can expect that even if we do not do anything about the alternative fuels, it can already be better for the environment if we use the Arctic the Arctic routes. So Arctic transit becomes one of the most important factors in the development of the Arctic shipping. But at the same time, when we talk about less ice, fewer ice in the Arctic, sometimes it is seen as a positive factor that allows ships and vessels from other waters to sail the Arctic seas. It's not exactly true, because even with fewer ice, the ice is still there, so you need ice-class vessels. Otherwise, it can be very dangerous to sail those seas. So we need to think about the upgrade, and basically we need to build new Arctic fleet if we want to use this route. And this is something we need to do in the next 5 to 10 years to create the Arctic fleet, which is not there yet. Also, what is important to take into account is that if we want the Arctic shipping to develop, we need to think about onshore infrastructure that would support this development. On one hand, this could be in regard to the fueling infrastructure, for example, but also what's important is that we create more and more ports on the route so that the ships, the vessels, could make more stops on their way to load and unload goods. And this can help to integrate the indigenous peoples and local population into the global trade by helping them to deliver their goods internationally. So the onshore infrastructure would make a big difference, and one of the major factors in the development of the Arctic route. And of course services, because when we talk about services in general, this could be some pretty technical ones like repair and maintenance, and also services like rescue and safety, for example. But also this could be services that involve business operations, such as insurance, for example, financing, advisory, and many other that enable the trade along the Arctic route. So thinking about the services in this kind of very generic and complex way, we can nominate the actionable items that need to be taken care about when we think about the services as a part of the sustainable Arctic shipping component. And also, on the other hand, we see such major driving forces and factors as geopolitical, or the way how the climate discourse is developing. Obviously, if there are no geopolitical consensus about the way how we develop the Arctic route and the transit along the Arctic waters, this can be very difficult. So obviously we expect the politicians to come to an agreement about that part. And also the climate discourse. For now, we do not have sufficient evidence whether it's good or bad, for the environment to save the Arctic seas. Some people say it's good, some people say it's bad, but we need more than just different opinions here. We need a scientifically ground understanding on how good it is or how bad it is. And this is where we need more research to be made, and obviously the research that will be then transferred into the policies. We don't need research for the sake of research. We need research that informs policies and makes the investment environment and business environment in the region more kind of attractive. Obviously, we have a huge gap in the technologies and innovations that are currently used in the area in Arctic region, because basically what we've got here is that in order to work in the Arctic climate, you need special solutions in basically everything. I already mentioned the ice-class ships, but basically, whatever you can think about when you talk about shipping, you need something Arctic, something for the ice conditions, something that would stand low temperatures, and things like that. So basically, you need to create a lot of technical solutions that would fit into the concept of sustainable Arctic shipping. And of course, one of the things which is often overlooked is that the Arctic is a very urbanized community. There are 10 million people that live in the Arctic. Depending on how you count, it can be 5 to 10, but anyway, it's a large amount of people and large number of people. And 80% of those people live in cities, large cities, small cities, but cities. And that means that when we think about the Arctic shipping, we need to take into consideration that how the local communities would develop with the development of the transit route. As I said, one of the perspectives we could think about is more stops, more ports, and better connectivity for the cities along the Arctic sea route in the global economy. But there are many others, and in our view, the Arctic shipping can contribute a lot to the economic development, to the livelihoods of the cities along the Arctic shore, as well as for the other local communities, such as indigenous peoples. But anyway, we have to remember that sometimes global public acceptance is not there yet, and we need to make sure that people all over the world understand that working and developing the Arctic shipping doesn't make damage, it creates opportunities. Sometimes it's difficult, especially when people, as we say, in the south, down there in the south, they perceive the Arctic as something like a global natural resort, natural park, when they think about the Arctic, they see the picture from National Geographic, which is obviously very nice, and they cannot imagine that cargo ship could fit into that picture. But in fact, the Arctic is very industrialized as well. It's not only urbanized, but it's also very industrialized. And we need to acknowledge that it's not something where we considering about going. We are already there, and we do a lot of hardcore industrial business there, and we just need to find the way how to do it in a more sustainable way. So basically, we need to make sure that public awareness about where we are now and where we are going in the Arctic is taken care about. If we go in a little into more depth about it, so one thing to talk about is the new regulation that comes from the International Maritime Organization that sets the content, the sulfur content from 3.5 to just 0.5% in the fuel, in the marine fuel. So basically, if we take a look at their regulations, they have set the objectives to basically cut the emissions by 40% by 2030 and 70% by 2050 compared to 2008. What it means, and the same goes for greenhouse gases too. And what it means is that we need alternative fuels. We cannot cut these emissions without moving away from the fuels that we use now. Basically, those are oil-based fuels, and we need to move to the new ones. And here I would like to, these are the fuels that we currently use, and some of them more acceptable, some of them are less acceptable, but in the long term. But generally speaking, here's what we are thinking about as the innovation curve. So those fuels that have already been developed and commercially used in the shipping industry is LNG, methanol, ammonia, hydrogen, and also there is some petroleum-based fuel as well. But anyway, these are the fuels that will contribute to the future sustainable Arctic shipping. In our forecast, we have created a forecast model for the future marine fuel mix by 2050, and we believe that up to 50% of the whole fuels will be LNG, and the second one will be methanol, and the number 3 and 4 will be hydrogen and ammonia. And we believe that with this kind of fuel mix, the Arctic shipping becomes really sustainable, because LNG makes almost negligible impact on the environment with very low emissions that fell under the new IMO regulations. And the fuels that are here, like methanol, hydrogen, or ammonia, they have zero impact on the environment. So basically what we're talking about is pretty, if you take a look at the previous slide, so all these technologies are either already commercially tested and their efficiency has been already proved, but also we can see that the commercial use of our fuels has already been tested, and we are expecting more and more commercial applications of the vessels based on those new fuels. And recently, by the way, we saw the cargo container ship vessel based electrically driven. So basically, it's an electric cargo vessel ship, which is pretty big and already up and running. So we need to think how often it needs to be recharged, but basically it's already there and in the Arctic waters. So the innovations are there, and we expect them to get commercialized quite soon, and with that we will see the prerequisites for the sustainable Arctic shipping in the area. So on this map you can see one of the most important components of the Arctic shipping infrastructure. As I said, the onshore infrastructure is of crucial importance for the sustainable Arctic shipping, and the component which is mostly important in this onshore infrastructure is the fueling infrastructure. What is important about the Arctic shipping, and what is important about its transit from the current fuel mix to the future fuel mix, is that most of the fuels that I mentioned here, you can actually produce them in the Arctic, and that makes it very important because you don't have to transport the fuels to the Arctic to fuel up the ships and vessels. You can literally produce them on the way, and this is how this idea of the whole idea of the Arctic shipping can be brought to life. Because if you can produce the alternative fuels along the way, then it all start to make sense. By the way, now you cannot basically produce the traditional fuel along the traditional seas. So you produce fuel somewhere else, and then you bring it to many ports along the way of traditional routes. Here, you can produce the alternative fuel in the right in the way. So that's what makes a big difference to the opportunity. And also, talking about the transit and the way how the whole system is going to work. Now there are no, or just very few industrial sites like that. I mean, industrial sites that can produce that type of fuels. But we need much more, and we need a whole set of these facilities that would produce LNG, that would produce hydrogen, ammonia, and other fuels, so that they can, and methanol as well, that can be used in maritime applications. So basically, we are talking here about creation of new industrial hubs in the Arctic that would integrate the production facilities and the fueling facilities as well. So these are the big ports. Again, I will show you the map if I can. Well, I won't. But anyway, it's the map that I have already shown. And on that map, we can basically think about here we are. So here you can see the potential locations for those hubs, industrial hubs that integrate fuel manufacturing and fueling fueling facilities. So basically, we are talking about large industrial development of the Arctic, and that is something that would create bigger economic opportunities for the local population, both in the cities and in the local communities beyond the cities. So basically here we are, and I just wanted to attract your attention to this QR code here on the first slide. If you download this, if you just scan this QR code, you can download the report about the sustainable Arctic shipping that's been produced by the Institute for Emerging Market Studies at the Moscow School of Management, Skolkovo. We've been currently working on the second volume of this research that will be published somewhere in winter, and where we are kind of elaborating on the issues raised here, especially on the issue of the alternative fuels as well. So thank you very much. That would be all for the presentation, and I'm very happy to take some questions if there are any. Thank you very much. Thank you. So, any questions? I'm not receiving anything online, but I'm happy to take questions from the group here. Yeah, here is the question from our online audience. So I will read it out loud. When do you expect the first applications of methanol fueled vessels? So yeah, thank you very much for this question. And yeah, I can say that there is obviously, yes, this methanol fuel is not kind of number one on that innovation curve. It's still, there's still a room for testing and for especially when we talk about the exploitation of the fleet in the Arctic temperatures and Arctic waters. But at the same time, we have to take into account that there is a methanol-fueled fleet that sails the Pacific Ocean and the Atlantic Ocean as well. So what we see is that the methanol industry is currently conducting certain experiments in the way and adaptations of the existing technology that works elsewhere to the Arctic condition. And from what we've heard, they see no issues about the feasibility of that. They just need more to do more work in order to make the economic analysis, how it's going to work and what needs to be done so that it can work sustainably, including the component of the perspective of the fueling sites, how many fueling sites you need in the Arctic so that this could work sustainably. And I should say, should add to that basically it's same is right for the many other perspectives, that the sustainable Arctic shipping does not require new technologies to be developed. It requires existing technologies to be adapted for the Arctic conditions. So make sure that the things that work elsewhere would work in the Arctic. Sometimes it needs time for testing, for feasibility study and so on. But in general, the rule is that everything that works elsewhere would work in the Arctic under certain adjustments. Yeah, and yeah, that was the question. Thank you. Any questions here?
For
Yeah, that's a very good question. I think that for now there is no answer to that because we don't know all the resources that are there in the Arctic. And one thing, one figure that that strikes me actually, that we have only researched the ocean for 2 to 5%. So basically, we know nothing about the ocean in general and the Arctic Ocean as well. And with the melting ice, we will have more opportunity to explore the Arctic Ocean and see what it has to offer. And these kind of resources are there onshore and offshore as well. And for now, people think that, and people generally, the industry and the Arctic community agrees that there will be sufficient resources for the next like 100 years or more to develop this kind of infrastructure and make sure that it works sustainably all year round and contributes to the global transit, cargo transit as well. So that's kind of thing. And thank you for the question. Anything? Yes, please. Yeah, there are so many, and thank you for the question. I will repeat for the online audience that the question is, how come 5 to 10 million people? It depends on how you count, but then what is the Arctic region then? Yeah, and obviously there are different ways how you count because, for example, some people say, let's take into account only those people who live above the polar circle. And some people say, okay, let's take into account those who live in the region that is in the Arctic. So for example, if you have one country or one province of the country that borders for example, 50% of which is above polar circle and 50% of below, you can take the whole province, because basically the way how the economy works and how the social infrastructure works hugely depend on whether you are a part of this Arctic agenda. So for example, if you have 50% of your population living in the Arctic, you are the Arctic. Even if 50% of your population live below, it's on provincial level, or the states within or administrative regions within the countries. And also the other thing is that the permafrost area, especially in Russia, it goes far below the polar circle as well. So some people say, okay, let's take into account everything that has significant elements and significant permafrost areas. So, but I think that generally speaking, it's up to the nations and up to the regions to decide whether they want to be part of the Arctic or not. I mean, of course, there are some parts that cannot choose, but for others, it can be a bigger opportunity if they think about themselves as the Arctic territories, because we've just discussed before this session that the Arctic is one of the fastest growing economies and fastest growing markets. And it's the Arctic, if you take it separately, it grows twice as fast as the economies of the Arctic states. So that's pretty much of the reason to think about the Arctic as a growing and emerging market. And that's why people may wish to think about relating them to the Arctic more than to the rest of their countries. Yeah, but thank you very much for the question. Yeah. Are there any other questions? I'll check online if we have any coming. Oh yeah, the question from online, yeah, whether this is if how's it? Yeah, if it all works, the Arctic shipping, will it be a significant competition to the Suez Canal? Well, I would suggest thinking about the Arctic shipping as a as not a competition, but an alternative route or reserve route, because obviously in best case, the Arctic shipping could probably reach up to maybe 5% of what is currently going through the Suez Canal. So we are not expecting the Arctic shipping to replace the Suez Canal as a major transit route from Asia to Europe and back. But what we believe it can become a clean or cleaner alternative, which adds up to the flexibility of the global supply chains. What we saw during the blockage of the Suez Canal when it was blocked by the Evergreen container ship, that the cargo owners and freight forwarders were panically looking for the way how to deliver their goods. And some of them just waited until the blockage would be resolved, but others redirected their cargo via the Cape of Good Hope, even though it was a longer route anyway. And we believe that that's kind of a part of the vulnerability of the existing supply chain, global supply chains, because if you have just one route and the Suez Canal is just one of the bottlenecks of that route. You have many more down the road. And so sometimes you as a cargo owner or as a freight forwarder, you need to be safe in thinking about the way how you can deliver your goods, and especially if they are kind of time sensitive, like fashion, for example, or food. So basically, we believe that Arctic transit route is something that can offer a clean alternative, but also shorter alternative, but not an alternative to the Suez Canal, but alternative to different options for the specific supply chain. So some part of the cargo can go through it, and that can be a solution for the particular company. But we are not thinking about replacing the Suez Canal altogether. Yeah, thank you very much for the question. Okay, I can't see any more questions coming, and I see no questions here as well. So I would like to say thank you very much again for listening to this presentation. I hope we've inspired you, and you now believe that the Arctic shipping can be a sustainable and efficient part of the global trade ecosystem. Thank you very much, and have a good evening.
Я не эколог. Я юрист и отец 3 детей. Каждый день я слышу много мнений по поводу климатических изменений и нашего будущего. Промышленная революция – это глобальное достижение человечества. Но оно привело нас к изменению климата, который мы можем просто не пережить. Основная проблема – выделение углекислого газа и метана в атмосферу. Однако мы забываем, что огромное количество углерода хранит в себе вечная мерзлота. Она тает все сильнее и сильнее с каждым годом. И это грозит нам выделением в атмосферу катастрофического объема углекислого газа и метана. Деградация вечной мерзлоты изменяет климат планеты и вызывает многочисленные катаклизмы. Экстремальные погодные явления по всему миру разрушают жизни миллионов людей, а ущерб для мировой экономики исчисляется триллионами долларов.
Ученые и политики объединяются в поиске решений. В 1997 году на 3-й конференции в ходе рамочной конвенции ООН по изменению климата был принят Киотский протокол. В 2015-м Парижский протокол, который подписали более 190 стран, поставил цель – ограничить рост температуры до 1,5 градусов по Цельсию в сравнении с доиндустриальной эпохой. Однако уровень производств растет, и достичь этой цели все сложнее. Но видим ли мы весь масштаб проблемы? Давайте разбираться. Вся деятельность человека в промышленности и энергетике ежегодно приводит к выбросам более 9 миллиардов тонн углекислого газа и 116 миллионов тонн метана. На данный момент на территории России из-за таяния вечной мерзлоты ежегодно попадает в атмосферу 1,5 миллиарда тонн углекислого газа и 32,5 миллиона тонн метана, поэтому на выбросы парниковых газов из мерзлоты никто не обращает внимания, не вводит на них углеродные налоги. Но вечная мерзлота занимает 60% территории России и находится в процессе деградации, а запасы углерода в мерзлоте составляют порядка 800 миллиардов тонн. Что произойдет, если наше отношение к планете не изменится? К 2100 году общий объем выбросов промышленности и энергетики всего мира составит 728 миллиардов тонн углекислого газа и 9 миллиардов тонн метана за все 80 лет. Однако, если предположить, что вечная мерзлота на территории России продолжит таять и высвободит 90% хранящегося в ней углерода, то эмиссия парниковых газов в атмосферу составит 777,6 миллиардов тонн углекислого газа и 52,8 миллиардов тонн метана. Иными словами, если вечная мерзлота в России растает за ближайшие 80 лет, то суммарное количество выбросов парниковых газов из мерзлоты будет превышать выбросы всей мировой промышленности и энергетики за этот же период. Ситуация усугубляется тем, что метан – один из самых опасных парниковых газов. Он в десятки раз активнее углекислого газа и выделяется из органических соединений в процессе таяния вечной мерзлоты. Площадь мерзлой Земли ежегодно сокращается. Процесс таяния запущен и прошел точку невозврата. Один из наглядных примеров того, чем грозит разрушение вечной мерзлоты – Батагайский кратер. Впадина в Верхоянском районе Якутии. Огромная дыра в земле, которая растет с каждым годом. Некоторые участки мерзлоты, подверженные деградации, насчитывают более 65 тысяч лет. Фонд климатической безопасности, исследуя вопрос многолетней мерзлоты в северных широтах, ведет совместную работу с Институтом мерзлотоведения имени Мельникова Сибирского отделения Российской академии наук.
Несомненно, то, что мы с вами строим, осваиваем территории на севере, это является одной из серьезных проблем для того, чтобы понимать, а как изменяются геокриологические условия. Изменяются ли они? Да. И мы это видим, и видим последние 50 лет, как прогрессируют криогенные процессы.
Инфраструктура и здания в Якутии в значительной степени подвержены разрушениям в результате деградации вечной мерзлоты. Наряду с Ямало-Ненецким автономным округом этот регион наиболее экономически уязвимый с точки зрения последствий от ее таяния.
Вот космические снимки возьмите, где расположены вот поселки, да, и посмотрите. Вся поверхность, будем говорить, зона, вот, которая занята вот это поселением, да, она практически деградирует. Вот то, что деградирует, это же простой человек не знает. Вечная мерзлота деградирует, это мы знаем, что завтра будет еще хуже.
Ученые спорят об уровне воздействия антропогенных условий на состояние мерзлоты. Иными словами, есть ли зависимость между таянием вечной мерзлоты и масштабными пожарами, от которых последние годы страдают миллионы гектаров леса? Исследования утверждают, что связь есть.
Если такие нарушения, пожары, естественные пожары, будем говорить, да, антропогенные, вот это, конечно, приведет к очень большой катастрофе, может привести. Большая катастрофа – это деградация вечной мерзлоты и вот этот отток углекислого газа, метана в атмосферу. Массовая вот эта эмиссия парниковых газов, да, она началась уже.
А какие в России вообще существуют решения этой проблемы?
К сожалению, всех законов природной среды, всех физических процессов мы еще не знаем. Вот создание системы контроля является решением к этому вопросу.
Деградация вечной мерзлоты прежде всего приводит к заболачиванию территорий. По этой причине в сентябре 2021 года Олег Попов и научные сотрудники кафедры экологии Российского государственного аграрного университета имени Тимирязева отправились в исследовательскую экспедицию в Топи Тверской области. Полученные данные подтвердили, что количество почвенного углерода и метана на заболоченных территориях растет. Из-за болот увеличивается концентрация парниковых газов в атмосфере, растет температура воздушного и почвенного слоев Земли. Это вносит свою лепту в таяние ледников и вечной мерзлоты, что, в свою очередь, ведет к еще большему образованию болот. Круг глобального потепления замыкается.
В России 1/5 часть Земли непригодна для жизни, потому что она является болотом. Что касается ситуации в мире, то она ничем не лучше. Ежегодно 70 тысяч гектаров становится болотом.
Дальнейшие исследования привели ученых на Кавказ, на самую высокую вершину России – Эльбрус.
Есть разные мнения. Одни ученые говорят, что потепления нет, другие говорят, есть. Климатические изменения есть, безусловно, и это можно легко отследить, например, по признакам, которые происходят в горах. В последнее время вот на склонах Эльбруса обнаружено порядка 30 новых озер, которые называются приледниковые озера. Проблема этих озер в том, что они образованы так называемыми моренными отложениями или с моренными бордюрами, или полудамбами, которые какое-то время защищают озеро от прорывов. Прорывается озеро, выплескивается тысячи кубометров, иногда миллионы кубометров воды. Это огромные потери для всего хозяйства.
Подобное уже случалось в Приэльбрусье. Катастрофическим был прорыв озера Башкара в ущелье Адыл-Су в 2017 году. Суммарный объем прорвавшихся озер превысил 1 миллион кубических метров. Скальные обвалы и селевые потоки ледникового происхождения приносят катастрофические последствия для всего оказавшегося на их пути. И доказательства тому – разрушенные дома, уничтоженная инфраструктура, человеческие жертвы. Деградация ледников и высокогорной мерзлоты – результат потепления климата.
За спиной у нас ледник, это Малый Азау. За последние 10 лет он потерял в площади порядка от 15 до 18% площади. Это огромная территория. По объему они потеряли, ледники, порядка 40% своего объема. Это за 10 лет. За предыдущие 1500 лет они потеряли, чуть меньше, чем эта цифра.
Фонд климатической безопасности продолжает активно заниматься изучением вечной мерзлоты и процессов ее таяния, организацией экспертного взаимодействия в этом вопросе и поиском решений.
Вечная мерзлота занимает примерно 1/4 части суши. При этом половина этого принадлежит России. Вечная мерзлота является хранилищем углерода. И мы понимаем, что это представляет огромную опасность для всей планеты. Что нам с этим делать?
Проблема метана на самом деле существует. И она не только существует, она, так скажем, разрастается уже до пугающих, до пугающих размеров. И понятно, нужно искать новые технологии, как это все можно остановить, уловить, я не знаю, как это все можно, в общем, приобщить к общим задачам и целям. То есть этим надо озаботиться. Мы как раз и говорим о том, что политики должны немножко подумать не о сегодняшнем дне даже, да, а о завтрашнем. То есть сегодня востребованность общества и проявление опасности, связанной с будущим, ее не существует в целом. Хотя я могу сказать, что молодежь нашей страны, с кем я общаюсь, я очень много общаюсь, она же на подсознательном, на генетическом уровне чувствует, что что-то происходит не то, что мы у них забираем будущее. Санкционная политика, которая не позволяет Российской Федерации очистить свои реки, позадуматься о том, каким образом нам справиться с самой большой территорией вечной мерзлоты, каким образом сохранить наши леса, потому что для этого нужны деньги. И сегодня санкционируют страну, которая отвечает за будущее, а не только стрельнуть себе в ногу, но и поднести пистолет к своему виску. То есть принимайте решения, друзья, куда мы хотим двигаться и какие общие правила игры мы должны сегодня поставить в приоритет. И времени у нас, к сожалению, нет. Поверьте, друзья, от экологической катастрофы вакцины быть не может.
За эти несколько минут мы не расскажем вам обо всех опасностях, которым мы подвергаем себя, игнорируя проблему вечной мерзлоты. Но мы можем сказать главное. Пришло время переходить к активным действиям.
С каждым годом наша цивилизация уделяет все больше внимания проблемам изменения климата. Однако мы закрываем глаза на те последствия, с которыми мы столкнемся в результате деградации вечной мерзлоты. И последний отчет IPCC подтверждает это. Я считаю это преступным легкомыслием по отношению к следующим поколениям. Да, лидеры многих стран говорят об этом, но самонадеянно рассчитывают, что проблема решится сама собой. Нет, не решится. Мир должен сфокусироваться на этой проблеме, и действовать мы должны только сообща. А Россия при этом может занять лидирующие позиции по изучению и защите вечной мерзлоты в интересах всего человечества.